Hello. I have no idea if anybody's even here or going to be joining because this is so sporadic and impromptu, as the name suggests, with impromptu reading sprints. Either way, hello. If you are either just tuning in because you are looking for some reading sprints or you're doing Adventurerathon, hello and welcome. Basically, I've been sat on my sofa playing video games this morning and I'm starting to feel a bit restless, and I was like, I need to do something other than just sit and play video games. So I was like, hey, let's just get some sprints done, try and actually finish a book, because I've gone from last month I read 13 or 14 books. This month I've not yet completed a single book, and I'm getting really annoyed at that. So I decided today we are going to rectify that. So I have a few. I have In the Lives of Puppets by TJ Klune. I'm currently I've been reading it on my Kindle, so I don't know exactly what page I'm on, but I'm at about 80% now. So I've only got about 40 pages left of that, so I should be able to get that done today. Also on my Kindle, I have a 32-page pirate smut thing that I just thought that should only take me half an hour, maybe get that done. I'm also, for the Last to Read book club, we have Dark Rise by C.S. Pacat as our book this month. So you can see I've written out here. I've got all my days ready to go. So I need to get today's read. And my hope is to try and actually get a day ahead of myself on this one, because this week is my busiest week of the month. I've got Thursday I'm working, Friday I'm in Birmingham for the 80s comeback event, and then Friday I'm working again. So those 3 days I'm really not going to be able to read, and I'm going to need to read like 150 pages in those 3 days. So I'm going to try and get a head start on that. And then in between that, I've got some video plans that I need to do. I'm currently planning out my July to September releases that I'm excited for. And I need to update my reading journal because I looked at it yesterday. I thought I was kind of up to date, and no, I'm still writing stuff up from March. So yeah, I've got a lot to get done. And I'm also going to be playing my video game at points as well, because Genshin Impact had its update and I've not played for nearly 2 months. So I've had a lot of updates to get on with. So yes, we have a Jonah. Hello. Super sweaty. Walk my aunt's dog, so I'm going to change. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't blame you. Grab a quick shower or something. Yeah, just a quick note, anyone in Europe, UK, where we're having this like sudden hot weather that's just kind of come out of nowhere, don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to, just sort of have a bit of a drink. I've got my trusty drink here, and I've got some not so trusty Dr. Pepper in the fridge. Hello, Stephanie. Also behind on my reading journal. Yeah, last year I was better at it, but this year I've done a different format. And he said format then. That's a character from the Thunderbirds movie. There we go. So last year I did it as just sort of like a tracker and just basically logging the books that I've read. Whereas this year I've been doing it as actual like journal entries, as you can see here. Just make sure it's in screen. So it means that every book I actually have to write something about. And yeah, I was really on it for January, February, and most of March. And then it kind of just dropped off in April, May. And like I said, in May, I read 13 books. So I need to catch up. So that's great. I also did this thing at the start of the year where I printed out every single book cover that I have ready for my journal. So like I've got them all here. And wouldn't you know, last month I ended up reading 6 books that I just bought on impulse last month. So I'm like, great, I did really, really well there. And now I need to do a load of printing. So yeah, today's just going to be a try to finish at least one book and catch up as much as I can on my journal while also playing video games. So we shall see how that goes. Anyway, let me know in the comments what you guys are going to be reading and or getting up to in these sprints. I don't know how long I'm going for. Like it's 11:30 now. I probably will go till about 3ish, but we shall just see how things go. So yeah, change complete and I'm ready to do things. That was me literally like 5 minutes ago. I went shopping this morning with my uncle. When I got back, I got changed. And then when I decided to do sprints, I was like, what I was wearing was perfectly appropriate for sprints, but it was just kind of, I wanted to wear something that was a little bit more comfortable and more sort of video appropriate, because the other one was a little bit like strappy and booby. So I was just like, yeah, let's get changed. But I'm also now wearing cooler clothes, so although at some point you may see or hear the fan go, because it's okay at the moment. It's about 24 degrees and it's not very overcast, so it's quite nice. But we are predicted rain and thunderstorms in the next 2 hours or so, and so obviously I want to be a little bit careful because I don't want to get too hot and muggy like I did last night. I barely slept last night. Start my third readathon. Relevant read yesterday and was blindsided by otter shifters and vampire pirates. What book is this? I mean, otters are utterly adorable. But otters are one of my top animals, and when I was doing my masters, they were the original subject that I chose to study for my masters. But then I had to change it, and then I failed my masters anyway. Well, I had to leave because of personal reasons. So yes. Black Prism as third book. Ooh. I was about to ask, are you starting it? And then just saw you literally said, I will start. You can tell I am on it today. My brain is completely functional, I promise. I probably shouldn't even be on sprints, but we'll see how we go. Before I get to reading, I need to at least edit my chapter for today. Been falling behind in my writing big time. Oh, yeah, that's me for the last year or so. I've had ideas for things and I've got my projects that I've been working on for years, and then in the last year I've just done nothing. But I really do want to start getting more into writing again this year. So good luck with that. And of course, as always, starting the first sprint with a coffee. For a split second there, I was like, is that a good idea? And then remembered that you're not in the Australian crowd, you're in the European crowd. It's just so rare that any from Europe. I'm so used to the sprints being full of Australians that I forget that it's like, no, there are people that are in similar time zones to me that do join in. Because I was like, it's like 7 o'clock for you. Why would you be drinking coffee? It's like, no, it's not. It's like 1 o'clock. It's fine. Or 12. Yes. So I don't know what I'm starting with. Well, I'm probably going to, because I've got the game loaded and I had it paused so I could do the intro. I'm probably just going to continue with that for now. And I'm also going to try and, like I said, get In the Lives of Puppets as close to done as I can today as I can. So we shall see. I just nearly dropped that and that would have made such a loud big bang. And then at some point I'll probably drift over to my desk so I can actually work at the desk, but I'm quite comfortable here on the couch, which is why I'm at a bit of a weird angle and why I'm not in the normal place, and why we've also got my granddad in the background just chilling out behind me. Kidnapped by the gentle. Ooh, okay. And by the gentleman. I started typing in kidnapped by the, and it was like kidnapped by the pirate. Like, no. Got it. Cool. I'm going to definitely have a look at that one. And now I can't find my tab. That sounds interesting. I will admit, I started Slick yesterday. I read like the first 4 pages. And I was like, nope, nope, not doing this, not right now. It was just so cringy. And it literally is just 32 pages of, like, within the first 3 pages, the guy's like, strip. And I'm like, oh, okay, so this is just pure smut for the whole thing. So let's just do that another time. Because I'm just so weird when it comes to that kind of thing. I'm like, I don't mind if it's a story that has a plot where there's a little bit mixed in, but when it's a book that all it is that, I'm like, as Ren would say, I'm too asexual for this. But I do want to give it, I will give it a go, and I'll give it a proper go. But I'm just like, I'm so scared. Yeah. Like I said, blip in my brain where I was like, you're Australian. No, you're not. Hi, Skylar. Ooh, I mean, I didn't get up at 5 a.m. today. I got up at 7, but on work days, I get up anywhere between 5 and 6. So I know how painful that can be. And yeah, so you probably need the coffee. Not participating in the readathon, but I'll be reading Wonderstruck, Page Boy, and Court of the Undying Seasons. Why are you not doing the readathon though? Because those would probably fit the prompts. Nah, it's fine. Like, just glad to have you, and hopefully these sprints will help you get some reading done and do some stuff. I mean, that's the whole reason why I'm trying to do them, so I can get some stuff done. Took the gentleman about 40 pages to give into his honey. Okay, well, I'll give it a go and see. I quite like, I think why I like Nalini Singh so much is because even though there's smut, and even though you know there's always going to be a bit of smut in there, it kind of just feels more natural, and it's not like, hey, we just met, we're going to have sex now. So it's like you get a bit of tension and chemistry, and you get some like hints of it, but you don't get the full thing till usually about at least a third to 2/3 of the way in. And the smut never completely takes over the plot, which is why I really like her writing. That's a mood. I do not. I don't really. Coffee is purely there for medicinal purposes for me, because it's a migraine reliever for me. But yeah, it's fair play to those who do, and I feel sorry for those who rely on it. Mostly because it's like I get the jitters. Yeah, I mean, that will probably help. Sometimes, some people will be like, hey, the spice is really like not too bad, and then I'll read it and be like, this is really awful. And then other times it's like, hey, the spice is really intense, and yeah, I still really enjoy it. I think it's because it depends on how it's written. Like, if it's really weird. Like, not the Love Hypothesis, what's the other one that she did? Love on the Brain by Ali Hazelwood. I was actually made nauseous by a couple of the smut scenes in that, and I was just like, how would anyone find that attractive? And then there are other ones where I'm like, I can get on board with that, even though for a lot of people they're like, that's really disturbing. It's like, oh god. Okay. But I think everyone has like different levels and different topics that they can deal with. Hi Zara, how are you? Welcome. I'm also aware that Sash from Sash Reads is doing sprints as well. I noticed it as I clicked to come on. I was like, oh crap, someone else is already doing sprints. So I was like, ugh, typical. But I was just like, well, I'll probably still be going when she's finished. So that should be not a problem. Yep, I'm going to set a timer in a second because, the thing with being impromptu is I impromptuly forgot to start and set up any timers because I am super intelligent like that. There we go. Let's get that shared. Ba-doo. First book for me was I am not embarrassed considering that means there's 2 German speakers in this chat. I am not embarrassing myself with my really piss poor pronunciation of words. But in my head, I can say it, and I'm saying it correctly, but I know if I try to vocalize it, I am gonna completely screw it up because I'm really bad at pronouncing words. Yeah, I'm not even trying. So not sure if it's translated into English. 4-star read, okay start. Second book was Sorcery of Thorns. Oh, how did you find Sorcery of Thorns? That was like my favorite book of 2019. And I'm planning a reread this year because I really want to read the second, like the little novella that came out this year. And I am really excited to reread it. And I love Silas. I keep saying to people, if you like Black Butler and the demon Sebastian, you will love Silas in Sorcery of Thorns because it's just so good. That is true. That is true. I just want to know if there's any like gross. I'll sort of, because that's a bit more in depth. I'll message you the kind of things that I would want to be warned about, if that's okay. Wow, that's awesome. 12 5-star reads. I don't even have 12 for the year, and I'm coming up on 50 books. I've not had the best ratings. I've had tons of 4 stars, but I think I've only actually had 3 or 4 5-star reads this year. So that's incredible. Have you got any sort of standouts of like your absolute favorites that you've had so far for the year, or have you just they're 5-star, therefore they're all kind of favorites of the year? Ah. I mean, I understood the and I understood story. I didn't understand runaway. That's not a word that I knew. Maybe I should set up like a group for anyone that wants to reread it. That would be quite cool. Woo! 5-star club! Yes. I don't know if it is yet because it was only released in January, but you never know. They might have done. And yeah, Silas. I just love him so much. Awesome. Thank you. I'll let you know. Yeah, I found that people tend to either get loads of 5 stars or they only get very few. But I find that it kind of helps when you only get like 1 5-star a month. When I get to the end of the year and I do my book of the year showdown, it helps. Because if I've got too many 5 stars, I'm like, oh God, how do I choose? Whereas when I've only had 1 a month, I'm like, well, that's kind of obvious that that's going to be book of the month. So yay, nice and simple. Right, okay, I have set up the timer. So let me share the screen with you. I know what I'm doing. There we go. Cool. So, ooh, that's pretty cool. The Hobbit and the Final Empire. I've read The Hobbit, wasn't my favorite, but I started with Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit just has such a different feel to Lord of the Rings. Maybe that's why I didn't enjoy it so much, whereas I loved Lord of the Rings when I was a teenager. Probably wouldn't want to reread it now. I've just noticed it's starting to get a bit dark, isn't it? There we go. I think the clouds are starting to come in, and that storm that we were promised is starting to come in. Although, as long as we don't get thunder like we did yesterday, that was quite scary. And then I haven't read any Sanderson yet. Maybe I will at some point. It's on my list of things to do at some point in the next year or two, but we'll see. So yeah, 45 minutes. We're going to start now. And I will see you all in a little while. Have fun, happy reading, and see you in 45. Is this any better? Can you hear me now? Oh, thank God. Okay. I don't know what happened there. It just had a notification, kept popping up saying that it had lost connection to my computer. And I was like, what? I've done nothing. What? Why? Slight panic then. Like, oh my God. I've now gone really hot, so I'm going to turn the fan up a bit more. Thank you for that. So let's go back. I also want to try and get through this a little bit quicker because Sasha's only got like 10 minutes left on her sprints, and I don't want to be talking at the same time as her for those of you that are watching both sprints. So we'll try and get through this pretty quick. How did you guys get on? I played a couple of levels on my game that I wanted to do, and I've started the group read for Dark Rise. I'm on page 16. Not much to say so far, except I've got a feeling this is going to be very dark and gloomy, and I love it. And I do really like C.S. Picat's writing, so I'm really excited for this one. And yeah, I think it's going to be quite atmospheric, which I really like. And I already quite like the characters, and it's only a few pages in, so we'll see. I've just dropped my phone. Also, if you saw me do a mad dash during that sprint, it's because the cat decided that it was hairball time, but she sounded like she was in the living room, and I was like, thankfully she was outside, so I just left her to it, and she is now happily munching on some treats going, I feel better now. Like, great, thanks. I now have to go clean that. So we had Brittany join. Hello, good morning. It's storming here, so good weather to read more of Peace and Turmoil. That's fantastic. We do not yet have storms, but the air in the last 10 minutes has gotten very heavy, very solid, and everything's just gone still. So I've got a feeling within the next hour or so, we are going to be getting some pretty big rain. Jonah ate something, so that is amazing because he's kind of like me and doesn't always eat and take care of himself. So well done, Jonah. We also had Ren join. Hello. What you reading, or are you reading, or are you settled in for bed now? 51 pages. That is amazing. Although, yeah, it's always kind of difficult when you do a big chunky book and you're like, I've read a huge number of pages and I've barely made a dent. Ugh. It's one of my biggest problems with chunkers, and it's why I think I'm starting to prefer ebooks, because when you've got a physical book, you're like, I've read loads and I still have all this to go, whereas with an ebook you don't really notice, you just kind of get on with it. And I'll have you know, I was not muted. My computer was just throwing a hissy fit. Right, there we go. Thank you. Stop it. It'll make you blush. Had actual lunch, had my coffee, cleaned my desk, needlessly added some decoration to my desk area. Watched. So basically you did everything but the thing that you were meant to be doing, because procrastination is the name of the game, right? Because that is something I am very good at doing. Like everything but what I should be doing. Oh, do you reckon it's going to get up tonight, or do you reckon it might have to be waiting until tomorrow? Yeah, it's for the Last to Read book club. I can't remember all of the hosts, but I know a book fiend named Mel's one of them. And this is the group pick for the month. So, and also, look how shiny this thing is. That's like mirror shiny. It's amazing. So, yeah, I am looking forward to it. I've been wanting this since last year, because when I went to Yauk, I saw it. And at first I saw the author, and then I saw how gorgeous the cover is. And I was like, I need this book. And they had like a stack of them, and I thought, it's fine, I'll wait until tomorrow, which was when I was going to be doing my main book buying, because it was a 3-day event. And by the end of the first morning, it had sold out and they didn't have any more in. And I was like, God damn it. So when I saw this at the start of this year, I was like, I've got to get it. Although I kind of wanted the hardback, but it's fine. I'll deal with the paperback, not papal. Papal? What's a papal? Page 29, and I'm confused as heck. Oh no. Is it like a good confused where you're still enjoying it even though you have no idea what's going on? Or is it like a frustrating / bad confused where you're just like, I hate this and I don't know what's going on and I'm annoyed? I mean, I can honestly say I've never had a cat that does that, but this one, she eats the grass outside and will always throw it up. And it's like, why? You know it makes you puke, so why do you do it? Oh my god. There's a cat cafe in Adelaide. I'll have to tell my sister about that one as well. The boys will probably want to go. That's going to be so cool. You have to like do a vlog if you go. As long as it's productive I love that. Productive procrastination. T-shirt design idea. It's not procrastination if it's productive. I mean, was it last year that it came out, or was it this year? No, obviously it was last year because I got it. Saw it in Yauk. Oh wow, 2021 this came out? Oh, in August. In Australia it came out in 2021, but I don't think it was released until 2022 here. Because it wasn't even on my radar until last year. And then I've heard it's queer as well, because I saw online that it was queer, so I've got these little dot stickers that I add to the spines of all my books, just so I know at a glance if it's going to be a queer book. And it's kind of been helping lately because where I want to pick up more queer books, so I just go to my shelf and I'm like, if it has a dot, it's queer. And then I'm thinking of doing getting a square one, which will mean like disability rep or something like that. But yeah, Pacat can be, because she's also got multiple projects going on. She's doing the Fence book. She's got this. And I think she's still working on the captive print. Oh, no, the captive print is done. But I know she's got a couple of other projects in the works. Oh, yeah, no. It's why things like with Gideon the Ninth, I'm really concerned about reading that, because a lot of people have said that it's really confusing the whole way through. And I'm like, but that just infuriates me. It doesn't compel me. And Bunny by Mona Awad, or what, I can't remember the surname, but I have no interest in reading that because all I've ever heard anyone say is that it's really confusing. You have no idea what's going on. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to read it then. Yeah, autumn 2021. So yeah, it's been, 2 years? Have they got an announcement date on the sequel yet? Have they even released the title of the second book? This cover, I can't get over it. All the artwork, and it's so pretty. And like even the misty bits where they're like a coppery color, and on the back you can see it's like copper. It's so pretty. Favorite thing about Fence is no one announces it until like a week before pub day. It's always a surprise. Apparently it's back to single. See, I had no idea with that. I just kind of, as it comes on script, I read it. And I'll get to it eventually. Oh, that's not good. Not ADHD friendly, even with the character glossary on the front. Doesn't help that every character is like 3 different names. Always, oh, that's going to kill me. I may have to do that then. I might try the audiobooks. I do find that certain books, if I switch to audio, I'm suddenly following them a lot better. And I find that more complicated books, weirdly, I struggle to process audio. Like if someone's just talking to me, telling me something, I really struggle. But if I'm listening to a story, I find that the more complicated stories I get on better with when I listen to the audio. The sequel's out in December. Well, hopefully I can get it done. Hi, Danny. How are you? Oh, I should have read it and then said that. So, hello. I'm sorry to hear that you're sick. I hope you get better soon. Absolutely sucks. I started a new job last month, and the first week, after my first shift, I was just out flat. And after every shift, I have to take the next day off because my body goes, whoa. But I hope it's nothing too serious, and I hope you get better soon. I think I'll attempt the Gilded, is it the Gilded Cage? The second one, or the something knife? I can't remember either. I've got it upstairs, but it's kind of one of those that I read the first book, and I think I rated it 4 stars because of the ending. But now that I've stopped and thought about it, I just have no interest in continuing. Because I was like, the most of the book, I was like, I'm not sure about this. But you'll have to let me know how it goes. Yeah, I'm hoping that'll be the case with Gideon, that I just kind of go, yeah, just get on with it. Ooh, tummy bugs are the absolute worst. Because it's like, at least when it's sort of like a chest infection or your head or your nose, you can still kind of do things. But when it's your stomach, it's just like, I am in bed, I am not moving, and I'm just going to die now. So healing vibes, and hopefully it clears up soon. All right, let me just quickly check on. Bear with me. All right, okay, so I can see that Sash is back chatting, so I'm going to head over onto there. I'm going to do another 45, and I think it's basically just going to be like at least 2 or 3 more 45s, and then I'll have to go for dinner. But we'll see how I get on. But yes, we're going to go for another 45. I'm going to continue getting the pages done for today, and probably do another bout on Genshin again. And I will see you guys in. I need to remember to share the screen and show the timer. Don't mind me, just talking to myself. Oh, I hope that you have a good day and work isn't too bad, but see you later. Gymnastics. I have no idea. Do you have any video games that you could be working on? Or you could do some recording? Or some art? Just a few ideas? Or just watch TV and movies? Anyway, I'll see you guys in 45. Have fun, and see you in a little while. And hopefully this time my microphone will work when we come back. Hello. How did everyone get on? As you can see, I have moved location and I changed twice in that sprint because I realised when I was sat over there, it wasn't so bad. But when I sat here, I noticed that the stripes on my t-shirt had just gone really weird. And it was just really distorted on the screen. So then I put on like the only shirt that was near me. But unfortunately, it is far too hot for that one. So I ended up just going back to my original shirt. Because it has gone supremely muggy and disgusting outside. It's now 25 degrees in my living room, and I won't put the air conditioner on until it hits 30, like outdoors, just because of it's just so expensive to run the electricity right now. So yeah, basically lots of moving around, not really doing a lot. Played a little bit of Genshin. I read 10 pages of Dark Rise. I scared the absolute shit out of the cat, which was hilarious. She has like this patch of grass in the garden that she likes to sleep in. I went out and I snuck up on her, and when I touched her, she sprung, hissed, and her tail went poof, and I was like, because obviously her doing that then made me scream and jump back, and yeah, it was hilarious, but at the same time, there was a lot of apologizing and making sure she felt better. So, yeah, I bought a pack of Pringles crisps earlier. They're normally like super expensive, but they were on sale this morning. So I was like, I haven't had them in like 4 years. Remembered why? Because they are addictive. Hi, Carly. How are you? I think I've seen you around on other people's channels, so it's lovely to see you and welcome. It's going to be finishing Wicked Lovely by Melissa Marr. Awesome. How are you finding it so far? Well, of course, with moving locations comes the issue with the lighting, so can never win. Did some more decorating, clean some picture frames and put them up. That count? As you said, it's not procrastination if it's being productive. 54 pages. Awesome. Smashing it. Hello, welcome. Finished the first chapter of A Psalm for the Wild Bill. Ooh. How are you finding it? That's Becky Chambers, right? Something about robots, I think. I don't know. I haven't read it. Hello. Do you have a name that you prefer? Because I doubt you want me to just call you M or MH. Or is there like a name that I can call you? But hello and welcome. What are you reading or getting up to today? Oh, hi, Jinty. Oh, really? Elegant. Gotta love cats. Apparently, she just wanted to put on a show for you all. Still editing, might have to wait to upload until tomorrow. I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, well, it is what? Brain, come on. 10 o'clock now for you, so go sleep. Getting revenge for the cats. Reading Bound to the Dark Elf King. Ooh, I'm seeing all of these like really dark elf things, and I'm like, I know I don't like these things, and yet I keep looking at them and I keep adding them to my like reading. It's like, Kay loved Wicked Lovely and hopes that you like it. Yay, glad you're enjoying it. Mary Hope or MH? Okay, no worries. That's a really pretty name. Kitty, who decided that she was just gonna, you know, flash everyone and be, yes, I'm talking about you. The look on her face right now. The contempt. Hi. What? The dope. Woo! Awesome. Have you got a book lined up for afterwards? Or are you planning on just sort of having that be your last book of the day? I mean, they're also super cute, super fluffy and adorable, but they are also absolute pains in the arses and give you filthy, dirty looks for no reason. Because how dare I exist in her presence? If you're going to puke again, you can go out. Don't you hit your tail at me. Gotta love her. Although yesterday it was so funny. If you saw on my Instagram or on the Discord, we had a storm. And normally we just get like we get grumbles of thunder, and sometimes they get a little bit loud and a little bit aggressive. But we had 3 or 4 claps of thunder that literally sounded like explosions. And I've never even heard fireworks as loud as these ones. And I managed to catch one of them on camera. Because if I was to upload the other ones that I'd caught, they are like half the volume of the one that I uploaded. And it was so loud that you can see I duck and my phone, and I nearly dropped my phone. And she flew out of the living room, ran upstairs, and I found her hiding in the cupboard upstairs. And she kept looking at me like, "Why did you do that?" And I was like, "Oh," I felt so bad. But at the same time, I was like, well, I'm not shutting the door because I'm enjoying watching the storm. So she just stayed hiding for the rest of the afternoon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this cat is a bugger. She's gone and stolen the chair now. 1:41 in the afternoon where you live. Probably going to read a book on Kindle. Are you UK based? Or are you sort of a bit further out? I forget who's who and what's what. Obviously, I know Jonah and I know Ren for certain. Danny, who I hope if you are here, I hope you're feeling a little bit better. But she, I know, is Scotland. Oh, yeah, Ginty's like that. She, my uncle's on a very, very rigid schedule every day. Like he has very specific times that he eats and does things. So she gets her treats at like, sort of, she knows 8 a.m. she gets treats, 12 p.m., 5 p.m. she knows. And if you're late, she'll be looking at you like. And on the odd nights where we either, because nowadays it wasn't so bad before, but now that I'm working, I'm in bed and asleep by about 10, 11 most nights now. And so when he normally comes down at midnight to do the last of it, and that's when she gets her main dinner because she eats better at night. And it's just so funny because nowadays it's like with it getting hot, he's not down every so often. So I come down at 6 in the morning and she's just like, "I'm hungry, feed me." And I'm just like, no, not my job. Awesome. More UK/British Isles people, because I am fully aware that Ireland is not part of the UK. It is part of the British Isles, technically. It's one of those difficult ones, being a geography teacher, trying to teach the kids the difference between Britain, like Great Britain, UK, and the British Isles. And it's just, even fully grown adults get very confused. It's like, and even I forget sometimes. 9 a.m. in New York. Ooh, what's the weather been like for you guys lately? Yes, I'm doing the British thing of what is the weather doing? Because that's all we know what to do is talk about the weather. And also it's really nice when you've got lots of different people from different places. So it's like, we're talking about summer and heat waves while Australia are going into their winter. And Ren was saying on their channels, on their sprints recently, that it was really funny because we were at the exact same temperature. It was like 13 degrees Celsius. And while they were bundled up in a big thick jumper and a hat and were shivering, I was wearing this. And I was like, it's really warm and hot today. And they were like, what? And I was like, well, it's weird because obviously when it comes to the end of summer, 13 will probably still be, you know, chilly. But because we're coming out of winter, 13 just feels lovely right now. Eastern US, 8 a.m. almost 9. Awesome. Yeah, animals are just so demanding. I knew what you meant. Yeah. It's just like, well, Great Britain is England, Wales, and Scotland, not including Northern Ireland. The UK is Scotland, England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And then the British Isles is Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. But yeah, it's confusing. Can you breathe? Oh, is that because of the wasn't there like fires in Canada that spread down into New York? Is that what that was? I can't remember. Pretty warm, pretty smoky, yeah. That's good. Breathing is always good. Yeah, because didn't they have like alerts saying don't go outside unless you have to because of the air quality? That sounds pretty scary. I'm grateful that I don't live. I have said before, one of the things I will be grateful for with England is about the worst that we ever get is flooding. We don't really get wildfires, we don't get tornadoes, we don't get massive earthquakes, volcanoes, anything like that. The worst we have is flooding, and even then it's very rarely fatal. So in that sense we're lucky, but in the other sense we just have really horrible, everyone's like, oh, it's mild weather here, but it's also extraordinarily humid and muggy. And as a lot of people have said, even Australia, like my brother-in-law's Australian, and he said that he would rather be in Australia 40, 45 degree heat than England 25, 30 degree heat, because we've got the ocean completely surrounding us, and the way that the winds come across the country, it's like we're basically just sitting in a bucket of water with that kind of heat. And he's like, at least in Australia we've got air conditioning. And it's like, yeah, I have a ceiling fan currently on and all the doors are open and it's still 25 degrees inside. It's like, ugh. So if I get more and more and more red throughout the stream, that'll be why. Yeah, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Yeah. All right, I thought it was. I've not really kept as big a... When I was a geography teacher, I was constantly keeping up to date with these kind of events, and I'd be watching it really closely, and I'd be getting the kids to do projects on it just to like understand the real world and what's going on. Whereas nowadays I'm just like, oh, there's a thing going on. Oh, and I forget to double check and go back. Oof. I'm glad that it's clearing up a bit for you. Wow. We had one quite famous tornado about 12 years ago that happened in Birmingham, which is where I'm from. At the time, I was living nearby, not too far. And I remember that. We have a couple of small earthquakes. But that is quite scary. But it's like when I was doing my degree, I learned that in the UK, we actually have more tornadoes per year than America does. It's just that most of ours are off the coast and are very tiny. So even they barely even register. And it's like, so technically we do get them. It's just we don't get the huge, big, insane ones that they get in the States. Hello, welcome. Are you planning on doing some reading today, or do you have other plans? And speaking of other plans, Ren is going to bed and they're going to sleep amazingly, and I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not. Nope, we're good, I think. But Ren, have a fantastic night. Lots of love to you and Chopper. And we'll have to chat and speak soon. Jonah. Yes, night to Ren. And have a good sleep. Ooh, awesome. What are you reading? For those who've joined a bit later and don't know what I'm currently up to, just a quick recap before we go on to our next sprint. Oh, rain. Yes, rain. It might cool down a bit. Which means we might hear some thunder coming up soon. But I have Dark Rise by C.S. Pacat, which is the book club, the last to read book club's pick for this month. So I'm just doing today's pages. I'm only 4 chapters in, but I'm currently really liking the vibes. And I think it's going to be quite a dark YA. So I'm like, yes. The lighting has disappeared. Wait, 1 second. Literally, as I was watching, it was going da 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 da. So yeah, I have Dark Rise by C.S. Pacat. I would like to try and finish In the Lives of Puppets by TJ Klune. I'm on 80%. I have a 32-page pirate smut as well that I would like to try and get done at some point today. And then I've got some journaling to catch up on. And I've been looking up book releases for the next 3 months I'm excited for, because I always, every quarter, I release a video with like recommendations of books that are coming out. So I'm trying to do all of that, and so far I have succeeded in reading about 25 pages and playing Genshin Impact. So I've now moved to my desk in the hope that it's going to actually like boost me. So yeah, oh, best smell ever, summer rain. When the ground's been nice and hot and warm all day and then it just rains on it, that smell that comes up, oh, it's one of my favorites. It's been raining here and I was like, yes, coolness. Yeah. Like, I will admit, the rain yesterday was absolutely insane. It flooded my garden, and within 5 minutes of it starting, it was just like, boom, that much rain in the garden. It was ridiculous. See, the problem is it's raining, but there is still blue sky, and it's like, it's not quite the right kind of rainy day. You want it to be dark and overcast and rainy, and it's not. It's still very bright and sunny despite the fact that it's raining. It's like, this feels wrong. It's scorching here for the last few weeks and not a drop of rain in sight for a couple more weeks. Oof. Yeah. Well, England is notorious, in particular, England and Ireland, actually just the whole of this area in particular. We're very well known for summer rain and summer season. And we tend to not have a very, as I was saying a minute ago, we don't get super hot summers generally, but we tend to get quite sort of muggy, wet, mild summers. But then when it does get super hot, or when we go for a long period with no rain, we really, really struggle, because we don't have things like spare reserves. Like countries that do have droughts they've always got like alternative access to water and things, and we don't. So we get like drought warnings and things, and we get told to like not use hose pipes or not water your gardens and wash your cars, things like that. But then we also tend to get a lot of storms, particularly this time of year, and around the end of summer we get a lot of storms. Well, that's just rude. I mean, it was beautiful, clear sky a little while ago, and now it's Well, the rain's already started. Oh, hang on. That's Sash's. That wasn't mine. That was Sash's. So we're going to start another sprint in a sec so I can listen into that because I think that was her last one of the night. But yeah, it's already started to stop raining and the temperature has just gone and it's now at 27 degrees. So in the last 10 minutes while I've been talking, we've gone up 2 degrees, even though it's raining. I hate this. I hate it. Overcast and cloudy. I love it though. We're all just talking about the weather. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping so. Yeah. Hosepipe bands. Woo. Right, okay. I'm going to catch on to the last of Sash's chat because everyone was teasing me a little while ago, which was quite funny. Yeah, no. I am a winter baby. Give me snow and frost and minus temperatures any day. When I went to Iceland and it was minus 15 all week, it was the best week of my life. I loved it. And this winter was quite cold for us. We had like a 3-week period of constant ice and snow, and it was beautiful. I am definitely more of a winter person because at least in winter you can warm yourself up quite easily and stay warm. In summer, you cannot get cool easily. Yes, very humid. December, baby. January for me. So, yeah. Yeah, that's what we've got. I know you said UK, where, if you don't mind, whereabouts are you? Because I'm sort of Midlands, so sort of Birmingham. I'm about 20 minutes out from Birmingham. So our area, we've had a thunderstorm warning since yesterday, and we did have quite an impressive one yesterday, and I can feel in the air I would be shocked if we don't get anything today. Yeah. I'm pretty good, but I really struggle with hot temperatures as well because part of my brain doesn't quite work properly, so I struggle to regulate temperature. So it's like where normal people, they get hot, they sweat, they cool down. My body, I get hot and then it hits a certain point and it just stops sweating. So even though I'm still getting hot, there's nothing, my body doesn't do the thing it should be doing to then cool it back down, and I end up very poorly. So I'm very prone to heat stroke and sunstroke as well. And I have to be very, very careful. But thankfully, with where I work now, we work with fish and a lot of cold food. So our part of the store is like really quite chilly and cold. So I love it because it's not so fun when I finish my shift and I come out and it's like the kitchen has been at a nice, comfortable temperature all day. And then I come out and it's 26 and I'm just like, but it's nice while I'm working. Yeah, not too far. Only Manchester's about 2 hours from me, I think, something like that. Right, okay, so reading sprints. We are going to do the thing again. So 45 minutes. Enjoy your reading, and I will speak to you all in a little while. Hello, how did we do? The temperature went up yet another 2 degrees, so we're now at 28, despite the rain that lasted 30 seconds. So I gave in and I put the big fan. If I sort of show you here, you can see we've got like a little portable air conditioner thing. So it doesn't do much, but it has been blowing nice cool air on me for the last 20 minutes, so that's good. And then I also had heart failure because my biggest phobia in the world is moths. I heard a weird noise in the hallway and there was a moth about this size flickering around. And I kind of managed to not scream. And I was like batting it towards the front door to try and get it out. And the thing then flicked backwards and landed here. And I did scream and spent the next 5 minutes trying really hard not to cry. But I did get it out the front and it's buggered off. So I'm just like, oh my God. And yeah. So if you noticed at any point that I looked like I was about to burst into tears, that would be why. As for reading and other stuff, I've been looking up on Forbidden Planet. I noted down a couple of books that I'm interested in that are coming out in the next 3 months. I have read another 10 pages of Dark Rise and I am quite enjoying it. I've only got another 10 pages to go now and I've finished today's pages. And I started doing some journaling bits. So I did actually do something in that sprint other than avoid it. So, you know. Cool, we've got Andrea, whichever one of those pronunciations it is. I tend to say Andrea, but if I've said that wrong, please tell me. Went to go and get a cuppa and we're back. Hopefully you're back. Jonah, very kindly told me that I'd put the timer on the small screen and me on the big. At least this time the timer was on the screen, not like last time where I forgot to put the timer up at all and I was sat there just dancing away to K-pop. And then it was like, oh, by the way, the timer's not on screen. And I was like, oh, great, everyone's just seen me do that. So at least this time there was a timer on screen. Jenna gave up on trying to write, didn't feel like reading, so naturally started doom scrolling on TikTok. I mean, that's just human nature. But also, why are you like this? But, you know, maybe that was just you needed a doom scroll break to get back to it this sprint. You never know. Brittany had to go. If you're gone, then bye-bye. If you haven't gone, then see you later. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Carly finished a book and it was 3.5 stars. I mean, that's better than 2, better than 3. Do you know what you're going to pick up next? I mean, you should. I was going to say earlier, if you wanted to come and join me on these sprints, you're always welcome. But I wasn't sure if you'd be like, no, or not. Yes, they literally are. I love butterflies, but also you might be able to hear a bus in the background, so just ignore that. But it's about I like butterflies because they're just derpy, and you know, butterflies just flutter around and they're gentle and sweet. They're like the bumblebees. They're just cute and adorable and not really focused on anything. And if a butterfly comes up to you and you do that, it just goes, oh, okay, and it flutters off. Moths are aggressive as hell. They are territorial and they come at you. And when moths dive bomb at you, that's actually them trying to attack you. They're like wasps. They're bastards. But my big fear of them was when I was a child, we used to go to Spain and stay with my grandparents. And I remember one night waking up and there was this massive moth just like in my face, and it was hitting my face. And massive moth, tiny 3-year-old. I screamed, and I have never been good with them since. Ooh. That, it's like, does anyone else get like that nightmare where you've got like a spider crawling over you and you wake up and you just fling all of your covers off because you are convinced that there is now a spider in your bed? Like, I have that one every now and again. And I even had a dream once that a python was lying on top of me, and I woke up, flung everything out, and just freaked everyone out. And it was like, no, realistically, there is not a snake in this house yet. But the amount of times I wake up from dreams and I swear there's like bugs and stuff on me, and I'm like, get it off. Made it to chapter 5, about halfway. It's good. Finally met a robot. Whoop, whoop. That's Psalm of the Wild Built, right? If I remember right. I'm normally really, 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 really bad at remembering things. Yay, cool. I knew it was probably one of the 3. I know there's like regional varieties, because I know like with the names, names in particular, there's a big difference in England and America in particular. I've noticed like the name Anna, we say Anna, Americans say Anna. And like Tara, we say Tara and they say Terra. So I get confused sometimes to which pronunciation and where things are from. And yeah, but glad I got there. Plan on listening to Even Tree Nymphs Get the Blues. Not heard of that one. Sounds interesting. But plans changed, so I pulled A Court of Thorns and Roses, finally starting it. Well, I hope you enjoy it. It's not a book series that I plan on reading. And yeah, even though I have no plans on reading it, I probably know just about as much as anybody that has read it because of all the stuff that you see all over the place. But I hope you have fun and enjoy. Don't know yet, going to have a look on Kindle. Cool. If you need any help deciding, throw some book suggestions and we can always have suggestions in the chat and people can recommend. Keep trying to pick things up to drink when I'm talking, so no. Yeah, certain butterflies eat dead meat, but at least the meat is dead and they're not trying to eat you. Whereas there are moths out there that if they touch your skin, you come out in like blistery rashes. Thankfully not in this country or this continent, but there are places where moths are just deadly. It's like, nope, nope, nope. Ah, no, thank you. No. 5 a.m. this morning. It's not fun. See, it sounds like I hate insects. I don't. I appreciate them. As an ecologist, I fully understand their ecological value. My dissertation for my undergrad was studying insects and looking at how land management affects their populations. So, you know, I fully appreciate them. I just don't want them near me, and I want them a safe distance away from me. So, like, they're awesome, just not when they're in my vicinity. Aha. I knew someone, I just was like, robots, and you're not reading In the Lives of Puppets. So that's the only other robot book that I could think of. 8 books already this month. That's cool. As I was saying earlier, I am yet to actually finish anything, whereas this time last month, I think I had, let's have a look. I've got Core Pile up in front of me. So what are we on? 12th. By this time last month, I had completed 5 books. But then I did read 5 books in 6 days the following week because, whoops. I binged the first 5 books of the Kitty Norville series in like a week. And they're only like 350 pages per book. So I just literally was blasting through next day, getting the next one, just reading them back to back. And then eventually it got to the point where it was like, I have no more money in my account, so I can't keep buying them. And now I'm like, I have the money in my account, but I have other books I need to read. But there's like 13 or 15 in the series, so I would like to try and finish it this year. We shall see. But yeah, I am on 0 right now. But I should, in the next sprint, I will finish my pages for Dark Rise, and I should get close to finishing In the Lives. We shall see. Yeah, good job, guys. And MH has done 5 books as well, so that's amazing. Well done. I will admit, I'm just glad that I'm the host of Adventurerathon and not a participant, and I'm glad that I didn't set it up to be an actual like team game readathon, because I would just feel so bad that I was letting my team down if I was doing it. So at least being the host, it's like, it's fine if I don't read it because it doesn't affect me. I don't win anything. I don't join the giveaway. I don't have to worry about logging points. So it's like, whatever, I'll just read as and when. Yay! Coming out of reading slumps is like the best feeling ever. Yeah, you've been absolutely smashing it. Like your templates over on Discord has been brilliant. And I've just been like, when I think it was 4 days into the month, you were the first person to submit the Google form for the giveaway. And I was just like, holy hell, like, what is this person, a machine? But yeah, as you said, quick reads definitely help. Like I decided, well, the first 3 books that I picked up this month, one's over there. Bear with me. Yeah, the first 3 books this month that I picked up, you can see they're all pretty chunky and quite thick. But then after, when I move on to my next books, you can see I can't pick all these books up, they're too thick. So you can see that's 2 books, and then those are 3. So, you know, at least once I've got the chunkers out of the way, I'm on to thinner, quicker, easier books, hopefully. It also doesn't help that In the Lives of Puppets, I was so excited for, and I've actually not been enjoying it as much as I was hoping. At the moment, it's sitting on about a 3.5. Excuse me. I just kind of have issues with a book where the main protagonist is asexual, and yet the book is oversaturated with sexual jokes and innuendos. And I'm like, a lot of people would pick this up because they want to read the asexual rep, and then will feel very uncomfortable with the amount of sexual references, myself included. Like the odd 1 or 2 innuendos were funny, and at the start of the book when there was like 1 or 2, it was like, yeah, that's brilliant. But I'm near the end of the book now, and it is literally one of the characters in particular, she seems to make everything about sex and sexualizations, and I'm like, I feel a bit uncomfortable that you've written an asexual character and yet everything around them is just sex. And it's like, like that's been the biggest thing that's put me off. Whereas normally TJ Klune, I absolutely adore. But this one, I just feel is a bit too oversaturated with it, and it's unnecessary. And I kind of don't really get where this plot is going and why. So it's like, kind of as I'm reading it, I'm struggling to really understand the why of the book. But that's a me thing. Other people I know have loved it. But so far I've read 3. This will be my 3rd Clune book, and it's definitely the least favourite of the 3 so far. Hey, that's still awesome. And I saw that you've changed your TBR yet again. Good job that I made it one of the rules that you're a helicopter. That's really low. Don't know if you guys can hear that. I apologise. Not that I can really do anything about it. But yeah, it's a good job that I made one of the conditions of the readathon that you can change your books around as much as you like. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I generally find that like the first week of the month, I tend to read quite a lot. Then the middle 2 to 3 weeks, I don't read anything. And then the last week, generally, I just blitz through loads. But this month, it seems the opposite. I've started off really slow, and now I'm picking up the speed. But like, as I said earlier, this week's my busiest week for the month. So I'm surprised that I'm reading anything this week. Awesome. So everyone have a look at this. There we go. Few books to help Carly pick. So The Dance Teacher of Paris, The House in the Wood, Legend, Werewolf Weekend, Filthy Obsession, Buy Us a K-pop Romance. My vote is K-pop romance because I'm obsessed with all things K-pop right now, to nobody's surprise. And as 80s are releasing their comeback this Friday, and I am ridiculously excited because it's my first comeback and first time being an 18E with them. I'm just like, I will go for the K-pop romance. So that's my vote. So everyone else have a look. If you've got any preferences or any to help Carly pick. And I'll just read. Chonkers can be daunting. Luckily, both of them so far have been buddy reads, so that motivated me to keep going even when they got a bit boring in the middle. That's fair enough. I'm glad that Dark Rise is a group read. And also I've discovered that, because I thought this was going to be quite a big hefty chunker, but when you look, there's barely any writing on the page. Like, there's a lot of dead space on each page. So it's not actually as bad as it could have been. And the writing itself isn't exactly tiny. So that one's not too bad. Whereas you get some, like when I went to pick up Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, and it's like the writing's almost unreadable. It's that tiny. And it fills every single gap on the page. And it's like, oh, if this was a standard paperback, this would be like 500 pages. So those were the options. I'll keep them up for a little bit. Yeah, it is kind of annoying because it's like he's still written some fantastic characters, and the way he writes relationships is beautiful as always. It just seems like the plot is a bit lacking in this one. And like, that is the one thing I have picked up on Clune. His characters are incredible. His dialogue and interactions are fantastic, but his world building and plot are quite weak. And certainly now that I'm on my 3rd book of his, it's starting to feel a bit repetitive, and I'm a bit like, I just feel like I've already read this book, and I'm starting to now not really want to pick up any more of his books. So I'm not. And House in the Cerulean is one that I won't read because of the controversy around it, and like, I don't feel it's enough for me to say I don't want to read that author again, but it is enough that I feel uncomfortable promoting and reading that book. So I won't be able to judge that one, but I've read The Extraordinaries, Under the Whispering Door, and now In the Lives of Puppets, and I am starting to notice a couple of trends where it's like I love certain aspects of his writing, but certain other aspects are really underwhelming. And yeah, House Under the Whispering Door was fantastic. And I have a vlog from like February or March where it had me sobbing. So it was brilliant. But yeah, again, that was one where I just kind of, at points, I was like, where's this plot going? Yeah, that's me. It's the demand. Like, for start of the month, it's exciting because it's like all new books and all new stuff. End of the month, it's, oh crap, I've got to get it finished. Jonah's vote is for Werewolf Weekend. That was kind of my second choice. So if you don't go for the K-pop, then maybe go for the Werewolf Weekend. Us kids. Yes. Dreamcatcher. If you've not already, if you like rock music as well, because they're kind of like more of a slightly alternative, like they're not full on rock, but Scream in particular, it's got that usual general K-pop vibe, but it also has a really sort of solid rock feel to it as well. And I love their stuff, is just brilliant. But yeah, Stray Kids and ATs are like my main two, but ATs by far, they are just a whole nother level for me. Like the others I'll just listen to every now and again, and I might listen to one or two songs. ATs, I listen to like 50 of their songs and I have them on constant repeat. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I picked up Evelyn Hugo because it was one of my best friend's favorites of all time. And I literally picked it up, opened it, took one look at the writing, and I just went, no. So I will go to audiobook, I think, because it's just no. And I'm finding as I'm getting older, and my eyesight isn't great anyway, but I am finding that I struggle more with paper books. I'm more comfortable reading where I can adjust the text size. So again, if it's small writing, it can really aggravate my head. And being dyslexic as well, when the writing's small, usually the spaces between the sentences are really small. And if I'm not careful, the lines start to blur together and I end up missing bits because my brain skips over bits. So when it's bigger words and slightly more space on the page, I can actually read a lot more comfortably. So Carly, have you decided if anyone still wants to help out and have a choice? I've put the options back up. So if you've got one that either you know and have liked, or just the title sounds good to help Carly choose. We currently have one vote for K-pop romance and one book for Werewolf Weekend. Book, vote. I've turned the fan off because it's really noisy, and so now I'm immediately like super hot again. So we're going to start another sprint quite soon. So that I can try and cool down, but also my uncle will be down at 4, so I kind of want to do the sprint before he comes down so I can relocate up to my bedroom where it's going to be even hotter. Yay. Gotta love it. All right. Right. Okay. I think we are going to sprint. I'm going to do 45. And then, as I said, what I'm going to do, I will relocate up to my room because obviously he comes down, so doesn't need me chatting on in the background when he's trying to watch TV. So I'll go up to my room. If it gets too hot up there, then we'll have to stop. I'll stop the sprints. But if it's not too bad, then we can just stay upstairs for the rest of the evening. It's fine. Because ideally I would like to get a few more done because I feel like I've not progressed anywhere near as much as I was hoping I was going to. So we'll do 45. Hopefully Carly will pick a book and find a good book, and it'll be a good one. And yeah, let us know If anyone changes your books or anything like that, let us know what you're getting on with. And Jonah, if you're not going to read, let us know what you get up to. And I'll see you all in 45. Hello. So the fan just blew something into my eye. Ow. Yeah, as I sort of mentioned at the start of that sprint, I popped upstairs because my uncle stays up in his room because of his health stuff, and he copes even worse than I do with the heat. And when I went up, he was kind of passed out on the bed with his air conditioner on. And I asked if he was coming down for dinner and for the next couple of hours, and he was like, probably not. So we're good to stay down here, which is good because it's gotten even hotter again. And the one thing I will say is I've been looking on the weather apps and lightning maps, and there is a massive storm that has made its way up from London. It's now hitting Milton Keynes and Towcester. And if it continues on the same trajectory as it has been and it doesn't burn itself out, it will hit us within the next 2 hours. So I'm really hoping that happens. Anyway, in that sprint, you probably saw my little notice. I have read today's pages for Dark Rise, and I kind of low-key want to keep going because I'm having a really good time with it, and I think it's going to be really good. But I have made myself go to In the Lives of Puppets, where I read 2%. So I literally now, I only have in the book, I worked it out, I've got about this much left to go in the book. So I reckon I will do that in the next sprint. And then I did some journaling stuff. So I filled in a bunch of shelves, and I'm actually my red books I'm really happy with at the moment because this is how it's currently. Hang on. Let's make so I'm big so you can actually see what I'm talking about. But this is my current what I've read shelves, and I just think it's looking really nice. And yeah, I went with a different sort of color scheme this year. Past few years I've done it where I've done a different color for the star ratings. This year I've just done it as audio physical ebook, and I'm starting to see a lot more ebooks creep in than physical, which is nice because I always forget to read ebooks. So yeah, I've just been making my way through and updating everything and writing some bits down that I need for future things. So that one actually was quite productive for me, and I didn't get hit by any moths this time, so I was quite happy. We've had a few comments. For some reason, the comments weren't coming through. So I'm going to go back to just before that last sprint where we were talking about stuff. So, because the last comment that popped up for me was saying really need a good girl group to stan, and then on my side the chat just went dead, and then I logged on to my YouTube and I saw that there were comments, it just hadn't come through, but they have now come through. So House of Cerulean CMH was saying that she didn't know about the controversy. Jonah very kindly explained it, saying that it was similar to the displacement of the Indigenous people of Canada, where kids were basically kidnapped and put into re-education schools to make them Christian. The kids were heavily mistreated, abused, and killed in these schools. And basically, House and Cerulean Sea, the main thing that people got upset about was the fact that Clune wrote it as a white person goes in, saves the day, and everything's fine, and all the children are happy and fine, and kind of gave a fictitious fantasy happy version of it, and people were not happy. But Jonah said that he did apologize for it, but the last I saw, he hadn't. When they it came to light, he got quite nasty and aggressive about it and was basically oh well, I'm sorry that I wanted to write a nicer version of historical events. And it was well, you did it by basically shitting on those events. So that's why I was a bit iffy with that, because as far as I'd seen, he hadn't really apologised for it and taken accountability. He just got very defensive about it instead. Maybe since then he has changed, but the very first reaction he had was to get very defensive and be like, well, I wrote my story how I wanted. You guys have to just deal with it. Wait, that's not where we were. I'm guessing that was Dreamcatcher, considering I saw your comment earlier where you said about listening to them. So we'll get to that in a minute. Cool. So Kay said that they would go with Werewolf Weekend or The House in the Wood. The covers look interesting. Yes, Carly, do let us know, what did you go for in the end? And yeah, there was a whole big thing about it about 2-3 years ago. Bring it. Where was I bringing it? I mean, it's a portable one, but it's heavy as heck because it's like 10 years old now and it barely does anything. Although it is helping enough that as soon as I've just turned it off, I'm now stupidly hot. And I'm like, ugh. MH had to disappear off for an appointment, so probably long gone by now, but thank you very much for coming. Yeah, Scream. I just want to make you scream. It's so good. And the chorus is fantastic, but all of their stuff is so good. And I would recommend Dreamcatcher to anyone. Woo! You read! You did it! 70 pages. Bloody hell. What are you reading again? Read another few chapters, though I did take a little break to have an eaten mess. Yummy. And a cold shower. I do not blame you. I kind of want to do the same later. Decided to start Bias, a K-pop romance. Whoop, whoop. What do you think of it? 13%. That's insane. Is it quite a short book, or are you just blasting through it? Are you enjoying it? That's the important thing. Is it the weird pirate romance? No. Is it On My Adventure on TBI? Yes. Woohoo! Thank you very much. Yeah, every year I like to do a reading journal that I know for a fact I'm not going to keep up with, but I still do it anyway. But yeah, if you're interested, if you look on my channel, if you click onto my main channel, the first video that pops up is the reading setup. So if you're interested, my journal setup is all on there. Yep, that's not a problem. I'm going to probably make the next sprint an hour, possibly. No, I think I'll do 45, and then the one following that, I'll do an hour for me to get my dinner, because it's a bit too hot for me to be cooking right now. But what are you thinking of having? Let us know. Oh, rereading Shadow and Bone. I've been trying. Oh, wait, no. Six of Crows. I've been trying to not reread just yet. Love it. That's actually really short. Okay. I think I've been bitten by something as well, because I've now got a spot on my face that's gone really itchy and raised. So some little bugger has bitten me. I'm like fodder for mosquitoes. Like, fun fact, did you know that like the reason why some people get loads of bug bites from like mosquitoes and some people get none, more often than not, is down to your blood type. If you are blood type A or B or AB, you are more likely to get bitten by mosquitoes. So if you are blood type O, you are less likely to have a bite. You're not as appealing to them. So I'm like, great, thank you for giving me A positive, mother. Thought I'd give you a little fun fact there. Ooh, nice. I got some pork chops from my local supermarket last week, and they had like not chicken, it's pork. They had a teriyaki glaze on them, and they were so good. And in the air fryer, they only took 15 minutes to cook, and it was amazing. I've only had my air fryer for like a month. And it was my brother's old one, so I'm still getting used to it. No worries. I mean, you've been here since the first sprint, and that was, what, 5 hours ago? Something stupid? like 4.5. Yeah, it says like 4.5 hours. So, you know, you've done a lot and you've been here and supported me. But yes, nice. Yeah. Eat garlic, it helps with not being bitten. Ah. I've heard that certain foods also help, but I'm not. After this week, I'm no longer allowed garlic. Because for my health, I spoke to a dietitian and they've suggested that I try a low FODMAP diet. So basically, for 2 weeks, I've got to eliminate most vegetables, like especially raw veg. A lot of fruit will be out, garlic, onions, wheat, dairy. Basically, I've just got to eliminate all of that from my diet, or as much as I can, and go for like substitutes. So, you know, lactose-free milk. There are some vegetables I'm allowed to have, like carrots are okay. Broccoli is okay in smaller doses. I'm allowed lots of rice. And I'm allowed to swap out for things, you know, like gluten-free bread, which is vile, so I will not be doing that. Lactose-free milk, things like that. And just sort of, yeah, so I'm not looking forward to it, because a lot of my safety foods are going to be in the no longer allowed list. And I am absolutely dreading that, because being autistic, I am so particular about what I eat and certain foods. And I'm like, ugh. But thankfully, I've had a look, and there's a few recipes that I make quite regularly that are on the okay list. I just need to take out like the garlic. And I'm like, ugh, I love garlic. Thank God I'm allowed tomatoes, because a lot of my sauces are tomato based. So at least I'm allowed that. But yeah, there's things I'm not looking forward to about it. But basically, the whole point of it is take that stuff out for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, I choose one of the food groups to bring back in. So maybe wheat and gluten. And then for a week, I eat food that's got that in again. And I just record how my body reacts. And if I find that I'm struggling and starting to have flare-ups again, then that's a food that I need to reduce or eliminate. And then basically just go through each of the different groups, taking them back in and out. And I'm like, I think vegetables will be the first one I put back in, because I need to find out pretty quick if I know raw onion affects me, but I'm not sure with garlic. Some days I eat garlic and I'm fine. Other days I eat garlic and I get horrendous pain. So we shall see. Meat, certain vegetables, potatoes, I'm allowed rice, I'm allowed tomatoes, I'm allowed like all of the lactose-free stuff, which is actually quite nice. I will give it that. Bananas. There would be a lot more that I would be allowed if I wasn't someone who was so particular. Like, I don't eat fish. I don't eat most vegetables anyway. So it's like, great, the few vegetables I do eat, I won't be allowed to eat for about sort of 6 weeks. Like, fantastic. Thankfully, I'm not a vegetarian or a vegan, because I would probably actually die on that diet, whereas I am very much a meat eater. So I'm like, it's fine as long as I can eat some meat. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm dreading taking the garlic out. Yep. It's horrible. I don't want to lose my safety. Thankfully, like at work, I've discovered the joys of sticky rice. Because where I work in a sushi place, we make the rice and then we add a little bit of vinegar to it, that I thought was going to be disgusting. And actually, I've become a little bit addicted to it. So quite regularly now, I've got these little pots of sticky rice, stick it in the microwave, mix in some teriyaki sauce and the white rice vinegar. And that does me like an entire meal. And now it's like, awesome. At least I can eat that every single day and that's fine. So it's like, great, I've come onto a new addiction right as I need to. And it's one that's not in the bad list. But this week I've just been buying, like when I went shopping today, I bought things like pizza, garlic dough balls, Dr. Pepper, all the foods I shouldn't really eat. I've just bought them and I'm just going to binge them over the next few days so that way I can just, it's going to hurt and I'm going to regret it. But at the same time, it's like a last hurrah for now. Told once not to eat greens, tea, coffee or chocolate. Yeah, that's pretty much on all of my list. No greens, tea, caffeine, chocolate, all of that. Chocolate you're allowed, but only maximum of like, the chocolate bars you can get, the little ones, you only allowed like 4 squares of that at a time, like per day. Otherwise you're at risk of reacting. So you're allowed some, and they prefer you to eat dark chocolate. And I'm like, I would rather die than eat dark chocolate. Thank you very much. But yeah. Like my staple foods pretty much are bread, because I eat a lot of toast. I eat a lot of sandwiches. Pastry, because I eat sausage rolls at least twice a week. And then I eat a lot of casseroles. So things like onion, garlic, and stuff like that. Those are like my staples. But especially things like cheese and crackers, bread, and sandwiches. They are pretty much my lifeblood. So I'm kind of dreading that. Soy sauce, I am allowed in small doses. So I can have like 2 to 3 meals a week with it in, which I'm very glad for, because I know a lot of stir fry recipes that I can make with that. So, and I'm allowed things like teriyaki sauce, which is awesome. And there's a few that I can make from scratch. So and I've got some recipe kits that I get every month. And the ones that I've ordered for next month are all ones where I can substitute for lactose-free stuff. And like there's curries in there. So the curry, I can just replace regular yogurt with lactose-free yogurt and things like that. So I should be all right, but I'm just not looking forward to it. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to do another 45 and then I'll do an hour for people to get food and stuff. Oh, the cat's passed out. If I can, there we go. You can just about see her down here. Sleepy kitty. It's almost time for her treats now. So, because with my uncle not coming down, so I'll do her treats, and then she has like a little pudding thing. It's like a liquidy treat thing that she gets. So she'll be getting one of those. But yeah, it's getting kind of hot and stuffy again, and I'm struggling. So I'm going to go back to the noisy fan and get some cool air, and hopefully everyone's going to get food if you need food, get drinks, don't forget to hydrate. Yeah, definitely a silver lining. Kitty in the kitty mug, yeah. Little tiger mug. My gran had 3. I just found 3 of them in the cupboard. Apparently my gran really liked them, so just bought them. She used to have soup in them every day. So they're now mine, and one is heading to Australia, and then I've kept the other 2. So yeah, let's get on and do some reading. The cat is going to jump when I turn that fan back on. She's going to be like, what? Right, so 45 minutes. No, there we go. That's the one that I prefer. So 45 minutes. Enjoy whatever you get up to. Danger kitty. Whether it be reading, napping, eating, or staring into the void. Enjoy, and I'll see you in 45. Hello. Oh, fine. There we go. Don't want to like blast everyone. How did we get on? I realized on my story graph I was like 3 months behind on logging my reading challenges, and I was 2 months behind on logging my books, so I've just had to log like 21 books. No, 19 books for all of April and May. So I've just been spending the entirety of that sprint just logging books. And then 80s, who are my favorite K-pop group, have uploaded a video, and even though it uploaded 6 hours ago, the notification only just hit me, so I've been watching that. And then my uncle just came down to get his food, so we were chatting and we were looking at the maps to see where the thunderstorms are, and currently there are 3 main storm cells going on across the UK, and all 3 are making their way to us, and I'm like, oh, that could get interesting in the next hour. I keep saying in the next hour, but it genuinely, like, all of the like the precipitation maps, all of the storm maps, everything like that are saying that it's going to be about 6 o'clock that it hits us, if it does. And we've had a couple of little flashes of lightning, like one just hit a few miles down the road. So it's going to be good. Yeah, so I turned the fan on. She did not jump and she didn't freak out, but she did open her eyes and glared at me. Like, how dare you disturb my slumber? Life is so hard. Another book finished. You would just smash it through. Are you physically reading, or are you sort of doing audio and physical to get through the books a bit quicker? Because that's, either way, it's impressive, and I am amazed. It's like people who can read, listen to audiobooks on double speed. I'm just like, it's just incredible. Because depending on the book, I think the fastest I've ever listened is 1.6, and that's because the narrator was really, really slow. And even on 1.6, it was only just about at normal speed. And I'm just like, that's impressive. Yeah, I didn't quite get as much done as I'd hoped, but then again, I didn't expect to be spending half an hour of that just logging books and getting my story graph updated. But yeah, 4 stars is awesome. Are you going to continue reading and pick something else up, or are you going to sort of take a little bit of a break and chill? Managed another 60 pages. You are awesome. That's so good. Well done. And I take it you're going to be heading off now then for D&D. Still not a single storm cloud. Care to share your thunderstorms? No, they're mine. Germany doesn't get a lot of thunderstorms generally, though, do they? As far as I'm aware, is that you get like a fair amount of rain, but actual thunderstorms are little rare, but quite big when they do hit. Depending on the rate, to listen to a 3 times speed. Wow. I'm just like, by the time it's that speed, I'm like, how are you even following it? Well, it just becomes a blurry mess in the back of my mind when that happens to me. But I guess if you're used to it, then obviously. Updated my Goodreads and read about 10 pages, wrapped up in a blanket, and started falling asleep. It's a bit chilly here. I'll trade a bit of heat for a bit of chill. Deal. Yeah, we've not been chilly for a few days. But like I said, 3 days ago, we were still at 8 degrees, and now we're at 28. And it's like, I like small increments of heat, not big increments. Yeah, it should hopefully, like, the best analogy I can say is what I just said to my uncle, because like we both at the same moment felt the air change outside, and it was like someone just came into the garden with a big balloon of hot air and popped it, so there was just like a woof of air, like warm air just suddenly dropped, and we both looked at each other like, oh. Because for both of us, we struggle with migraines, and a lot of the time it's linked to air pressure and the weather, and we were both just like, we're screwed. But like, it seems to be okay for now. Like, actually, weirdly, the storm didn't cause my head to go yesterday, which quite often it does. Like, I love the storm while it's happening, but then the aftermath of the storm, usually I end up with a migraine, and I was okay yesterday. So hopefully, go between physical and ebook. Audiobook I'm struggling with at the moment. I just can't concentrate and get bored, so I switched to physical reading. Yeah, audiobooks are a weird one for me. I went through a really big phase a couple of years ago where I read about 6 or 7 in a row. And I was basically, whenever I was playing Fallout 4, because I knew the storyline so well, and a lot of it is just running around doing your own thing. You don't really need to pay attention to any storylines. I used to have the audiobooks on there because I just found it was a night, because normally I listen to music when I play video games, but I was like, hey, let's try and increase my reading. Let's do some audiobooks instead. And occasionally with Genshin Impact, I do it where I'll have like audiobooks playing while I'm just running around doing like daily quests and things. But the thing that I have started to notice that I've been doing, it has been working for me for the last like 2 months. I've started to get into puzzles and puzzle books. So I've got like a book of Sudoku, and I've got a little puzzle book that's got like word searches and mazes and things in. And I'm just really enjoying. I go to bed about 8:30 for most nights now. And then for about an hour to an hour and a half, I just listen to my headphones while doing puzzles. And then by the time it gets to about 10, I'm dead to the world. But at the minute, I'm just, if that is about the only time. I've tried on the bus. I tried listening to audio, and I started to just feel really sick. I don't know why. I used to listen to audiobooks when gaming, not so much anymore. I just struggle to keep motivated. You stay where you are. There's a pigeon and 3 sparrows in, little sparrows in the garden, and the cat has just gone, ooh. It's like, no, you stay there, because if you bring any birds in, I will kill you. To be fair, she's brought 1 bird in this year, and I am 99.9% certain it's because it got into the greenhouse and couldn't get back out. So the greenhouse roof window is now open, which should help. I think I'm still motivated to read, so now I just have to pick something. Well, if you are struggling to pick something, as we did earlier, you can always pop up some suggestions and everyone can pick and help with you. Handful in summer, but mostly just rain, yeah. When they do hit, they hit hard. Yeah, it's kind of like here. We don't get them often, but when they do, it's like kaboomy. It kablooey. Oh. Yeah, definitely looking at the map, it is starting to creep up. It's now sort of a couple of towns over. So I think we might start hearing the rumbles and grumbles. You'll certainly hear the cat yelling at the birds. Oi. I love it when she does that. 3 times speed sounds like, yeah, that's the same as me. I'm just like, I quite like having it on about 1.4 because you still get the intonations and the detail quite well when you get like the atmosphere, whereas I find when it gets too sped up, you lose some of the feeling. Almost like I don't feel as emotionally invested when the book's too fast, because it's just like, it feels like I'm just listening to it to listen to it and just to get the book finished, rather than listening to it to actually just sit and enjoy. So it's why I think I quite like having it where I just listen to the audiobook when I'm in bed, chill out with some puzzles, and I can just really enjoy and absorb everything. I just love how audio, ebook, and physical books are just very different experiences, and I just love that. Oh, we're the same in the UK. Last year we had our 40-degree spike. So, well, our town hit 38. And a couple of places in the country hit 40, which has never happened before. And the next day it dropped down to 19 degrees and everyone was wearing jumpers because it was such a massive, it was like almost 20 degrees difference overnight, and a lot of people got very poorly from it. I got quite sick because it was just like 1 minute I'm overly hot, the next minute I was freezing cold. And it's one of the reasons why, again, I'm a little bit nervous about going to Australia, because I don't do well with like hot, cold. So going out into the heat and then into air conditioning, then out into the heat and air conditioning, I'm just a little bit concerned that my body is not going to cope with that constant change in temperature. That's why generally I tend to, like, when it's a hot day, I will just sit in front of the air conditioner and I just will not move for the entire day. And I'm just like, if you want me to do anything, you come to me. Like, yeah, I've got pizza for dinner and I'm dreading putting the oven on. We're also very good in the UK at having like 4 seasons in one day. So in May, I actually recorded it. There was one day we had hail and sleet first thing in the morning. Then we had, so like winter. Then we had a storm. And then in the afternoon, we had bright, brilliant, beautiful sunshine. So we kind of just went through all the seasons in one day. It was really freaky. Oh, and then we ended the day on pouring with rain like we do in autumn. It's a crazy country. Back when I was working in the office, I used to listen to a ton of audiobooks and podcasts. Yeah, I think that's my thing as well. I went through a period as well where I listened to podcasts. And then the other day, it was when I used to play World of Warcraft, I used to play listening to podcasts. And literally a couple of days ago at work, my colleague was like, hey, I'm bored. Do you want to listen to a podcast while we're working? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I could not for the life of me remember what I used to listen to. I was like, I know one was a wildlife thing, but I can't remember anything else. Hello, welcome. In case you're wondering, we will be doing at least 1, if not 2 more sprints, so hopefully stick around for a bit. Reading The Last Thing He Told Me. Ooh, are you enjoying it so far? That is impressive. I think the most impressive thing that ever happened was one of my cats from years ago, on his first birthday, he bought a pigeon that was bigger than him in. And to have bought this pigeon in, he had to jump onto the large, like, big dustbins that like you put out in the back garden, the bin men come and take it. He had to jump up on one of those into my mum's, like onto the windowsill, through my mum's window, and then drop down onto the floor, because we lived in a bungalow and he used to come in through her window, carrying this pigeon alive that I then spent 20 minutes trying to chase and catch, because he tried to put it, like, his little nest was under my bed. So he tried to bring this pigeon under my bed. And I was just like, oh my God. And it was like 5 a.m. It was a very eventful day. Thankfully, I won. The pigeon did not die. And the cat nearly did, because I almost strangled him. But it was like, happy birthday, Mum, here's a pigeon. Or it's my birthday, here's a pigeon. And it's like, no, you're not supposed to bring your own presents in. But a squirrel, that is extraordinarily impressive. I don't lose anything when listening to audiobooks because my brain computes things at the same speed. See, I'm normally like that with certain things, but for some reason, audiobooks, I really struggle to follow at times if they're too fast. But it's weird. You would think that, being, as I said, with the ADHD and how fast my brain works usually, you would think that, but for some reason, audiobooks slow me down. It helps calm my brain. And I think that's why I sometimes struggle with audiobooks as well, is because, like, they slow my brain down and then I struggle because my brain's slow and I'm like, what do I do? Hello, Bryce, welcome. I am good, just very hot and really, really hoping that these thunderstorms are going to hit us very soon because we need to lower the temperature. Dark Shade of Magic, woo! That's like one of my all-time favorite series. And I have it here. I have Dark Shade of Magic ready for next week. Are you taking part in any sort of read-alongs? Because Charlotte from Clumsy Charlotte is hosting a read-along for the next 3 months for the series Ready for Threats of Power. And that's why I have this, and I'm going to be rereading it, and I am super excited to get back into that world. It's because of these books that I ended up opening my candle business, so I'm just like, I can't wait to get back into it again. But yeah, is it your first read of Dark Shades Magic, or is it a reread for you? And let us know how you're getting on. Gonna head out now. Cool. Enjoy. Please eat properly and keep yourself hydrated. And don't get too hot. And same goes to you. Don't have too much fun. And thank you for being here. You're always a blessing to the channel. Have a good evening and enjoy D&D. So far, it's mostly good. Only 50 pages, 50-ish pages left. Ooh, so probably, are you aiming to get that done this evening? The writing can be a bit cheesy and it's an easy read and hooked. Sometimes you just need that though, don't you? Like sometimes I'll read a book and I know it's not going to be a 5-star life-changing read, but it just hits a spot. Especially like romances, I find quite a lot of romances are like that, where it's like, I know it's cheesy, I know it's not realistic, and I know that it's in real life. Like if I was watching it as a film or if I was seeing it in real life, I'd be like, bleh. Yeah, when I read it, it's just, it hits a spot, it gives me all the gooey happies, and I don't care that it's not life-changing. All right, as I said, next one I'm going to do for an hour. So that, because certainly for those of us in sort of Europe, it's sort of dinner time now. The clicking is me trying to find a thing that I want to look at. Oh, snowy getaway. Please. I'd love that. Go out somewhere snowy. That'd be nice. Yeah, so certainly for me, I'm going to be doing my dinner, and I am bear with me, I'm happy with the birds. Ren calls them piss poor, but I like the birds. It's a nice relaxing way to, you know, not like the Pomodoro cat that goes meow and everyone just craps themselves. But yeah, like I said, going to be an hour, so can get dinner on and eat. And yeah, I've seen that. I noticed that because it was like Charlotte announced her read along, and we're doing like one book a month. And then it was literally like 2 weeks later that Schwab was like, oh, by the way, I'm doing my own read alongs as well. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm kind of loosely following Schwab's for the next 2 books, but for this one, I'm just going to read as and when. But yeah, I'm so excited. Like, I just can't wait to get back into it and see Holland again and Lila, and just everyone is so good in this series. And I know people criticize it for being like that it reads more YA than adult, but I'm like, I think that's one of the reasons that I did love it, because this was my introduction to adult fantasy. And I like that it kind of bridges that YA adult gap. So for me, I just thought it was really good. And I'm excited to get back because it's been 4 years since I read it. So I really want to see how I feel about it now. Definitely finishing today. It's only 10:17 a.m. I'm guessing you are States-based then, based on that, like West Coast, Central or West Coast US. Because it's 5:20 for me in the afternoon. So I reckon I'll probably go till about 7, maybe 8. We'll see. And if this storm does hit, then I might have to go, because sometimes it can knock my internet out. Cheers. Excellent. Yeah, no, I do not like the cat timer either. My cat always, as soon as it meows, she's just like, she has hissed at the computer once. And then there's been times where it meows and she will come round looking for it, and you can tell she's not happy. So I'm just like, I'd rather not. Canada. Why did I immediately not even think of Canada? Like, it didn't even come onto the map for me. Yeah, I've got family out there. I think it's just automatic when you think time zones. But yes, Canada. Awesome. Well, hopefully it's going to be a nice, lovely day for you. And I probably won't be here all day your time, but hopefully you stick with us for a little bit. Right, shall we get on and do some reading? Because I feel like I have talked for far too long and I need to get some more work done. So 1 hour. I haven't got Jonah here to remind me about setting the timer. There we go. So see you all in 1 hour. Happy reading. Hello, welcome back. How did everybody do? I had my pizza. I ate like half of it, and then my stomach was just like, nah, we're good. So I'll save the rest for tomorrow. And then I've just been logging. I've got the 52 in 52 challenge spread that I've printed out, and I've just been logging April, May, and June's books in here and trying to match the books to the prompts. And I've been trying to encourage the cat that she doesn't want to be asleep in the rain, but apparently she does, so I'm just leaving her to it. Still don't have the storm, but we do have a light rain, and the temperature has dropped 6 degrees in the last like 40 minutes. So it's suddenly gone from being ridiculously hot and muggy and humid, and I wasn't coping, to now I'm almost cold. It's ridiculous. But I know if I was to put a jumper on, I'd be too hot. There we go. Let's add a bit more light. There we go. You can actually see me now. Until it does that. So yeah, like still not progressing on things as much as I want to be, but I am progressing. So I reckon the next sprint I'm going to focus on reading and try and get something, because like I said, I have read today, but I still haven't finished anything. And that is, my bedtime is in like 2.5 hours, and I will stay up to read and finish a bloody book if it kills me. See, at least one of us got the storm, which is awesome. Yeah, you're Manchester way. Let's have a look. You are much further up than that. Oh yeah, Manchester's like lit up on the map. So I can actually, hang on, I will show everyone what I mean when I say this. So this is the map that I use and look at. So you can see Manchester is like lit up, and the little dots, the yellow dots on their own just show that it's one from a while ago, and then the yellow and red dots, that shows lightning that's just struck. And then when it's got the ring that comes out, that's showing like the sound and the thunder. So when the ring hits you, you should hear it thunder. But you can see Manchester is lit up and is having a little bit of a stormy storm. And then just, you've got all down here in Wolverhampton and Birmingham that's covered. All up here, which is Burton and Cannock, is covered. And then Tamworth, where I live, we have 1 dot. So maybe we'll get something, but so far we've only had teeny tiny grumbles. But yeah, definitely the warnings were correct. We definitely got the storms. But yeah, a little bit of a geography lesson there for you. I used to get my students to track storms and things and create weather patterns and weather maps and stuff, because, you know, they're fun. I've just lost. Oh my God. By doing that, I've now just lost my timer. I have no idea where that's gone. There it is. I'm doing well today. It's not like I've been here for a few hours now. There we go. So, let's see how we get on. Absolutely pouring it down. You wouldn't think it'd been bone dry an hour ago. Yeah. Well, yesterday, like I said, it rained so heavily, the garden flooded in 5 minutes flat. It was ridiculous. You're still going? Yeah, still going. Didn't expect to still be going, but I'm doing a lot better today than I have been for a while, and it's been a really good day for me so far in terms of health and stuff. So I figured I'll just keep going until I kind of fall, and as I just said, the plan now is to keep going until I finish a goddamn book. Talked to my son's teacher to get a summer reading list, made lunch, and read almost 10 pages, hopefully able to just read for the rest of the afternoon. Ooh, did you get a good list, or have they not sent it over yet? Definitely full on. Thunder is still loud, but I'm still too warm. Yeah. I've got the back door open and the front door, and it creates a cross breeze. But the breeze got a little bit too strong, and the rain was coming in through the front, so I've had to shut the front door. But I know my bedroom is still going to be really hot and stuffy tonight, so I've got my window open. I've got the bathroom window open to again create that cross breeze, and I've got my fan is on full blast, so maybe it will be slightly cooler to sleep in tonight. But I'm almost at the point of migrating to sleep downstairs. I can definitely see why hot countries, everything's single floor, single story buildings. Yes, it's such a fun map. And like Chloe from Chloe Reads Books, I was like saying to her, because her area was starting to light up, and she was like, no. About 20-ish pages left. Oh, so next sprint, you're going to smash that one out. Thank you. Yeah, today's just been a good day, which probably means tomorrow I'm going to feel like a pile of poop. But, you know, I just want to see what I can do. And I try to not do too much on good days, because obviously if I do too much, then I put myself into a bad day. So apart from eating a couple of things that I probably shouldn't really technically eat, but I've taken all my medication, so it shouldn't be too bad. So fingers crossed that it will be okay tomorrow. But I've got sprints again on Wednesday. Normally Ren does sprints on a Wednesday, but they've not really been feeling great. And when I messaged them today to be like, hey, I just realized I accidentally put sprints on at the same time as yours, they were like, well, you can just do sprints instead of me. So I'm going to take tomorrow off, and then Wednesday I'll be back to do some sprints. Gave lots of titles and authors, but writing them down so fast I have to redo it, and go, yeah, that's the annoying thing. Can they not just like email you a list? And because I remember when I was at school, every summer we'd get, the English teacher would always create like a list of, here's some books that we think your child should read. And we'd all get like, or it was the librarian. Oh no, in lower school, it was the English teacher. In high school, it was the librarian. We'd get a list of reading. But hopefully you managed to get some good stuff, and hopefully you have got the spellings right. But usually, even if you've not quite got the spelling right, Goodreads and Google are good at just going, did you mean this? And you're like, yes, I did. Hello, welcome back. Yeah, we're still going. I was just saying that I've definitely got at least one 45-minute sprint left in me, probably two. Like that should take us then to about 8:30. So I reckon that'll be good. And then it's about time for me to go to bed anyway then. So we'll see what I do. We'll see. Oh, for God's sake. Don't you love people who do that? This is why school librarians are a must and are essential, because that's the sort of thing that they would do, curate a list of books and send them over. So hopefully he managed to give you a few good recommendations and stuff. So, and there's always us lot as well, like if you want any recommendations, or is it you specifically wanted like from the school so that the school have like approved the books? Otherwise you can always ask us guys if like age range and genres, and we can all give recommendations. 20% into your book. Nice. I am now on Dark Rise. I managed to reach page 52, and I really want to keep going, but I'm not going to. So I'm on 52 for that, and I think I'm going to really love it. And In the Lives of Puppets, when I can get it to wakey wakey. It's only 2 years old, and it is so slow. but I will never get rid of it because it was my last birthday present from my gran. So I'm like, it was my gran, my sister, my brother, and all of the nieces and nephews and everyone clubbed together to buy me a Kindle for my 30th. And I'm just like, it's so special to me, even if it's a pile of junk sometimes. 83%. So I reckon I can probably get that done in the next sprint if I just focus on that and don't get distracted yet again by everything else around me. Maybe. We shall see. Ooh. That sounds cool. Mass balls are great. Part of me is like, I would love to go to a masquerade ball, but then the autistic part of my brain goes, but we would hate to have something covering our face and blocking our view and getting in the way and not being able to recognize people. And it's like, yeah, actually, that would probably be my idea of hell. But there are a few events going on across the UK. The first one that I became aware of happened last year, where they did like a ball. And it wasn't a masquerade ball, but it was like inspired by ACOTAR and Fae books and things. And they hired a place in the north and held like a night where they did a meal and everyone got to wear ball gowns and dresses and just basically had a fantasy ball. And I'm like, see, that I can get behind. And I'm looking to see if there's any events coming up this year for it. Because especially around Christmas time, because fingers crossed and plans crossed, I'm going to have a very special guest staying with me for December, and it'll be amazing if we can go and do something like that and just, you know, go to a ball. That'd be fantastic. Like we're planning a trip to Edinburgh, so if we can find an event where we can like go to either a banquet or a ball or just a really fancy meal, that'd be really cool. Either that or I'll just find a random friend and be like, hey, dude, you're coming to a ball with me. Ah, that's fair. Yeah, well, if you want any recs or anything like that, just give a shout. And middle grade and stuff isn't really my thing. So if he's a bit younger, I might not be able to help too much. But if he's sort of like teenage, like early teenage to close to adult, I can probably help. Yeah, it was like, I can't remember what it's called now. I originally was going to go and couldn't afford it, but then they were looking for photographers and I submitted an application in. And unfortunately, I didn't make it, but they did have me on the reserve list. So if someone had fallen through, I would have been one of the photographers at the event. But they didn't. And that was kind of a shame because I would have loved to have gone. Yeah, like I think I'm one of those really weird autistics where I'm okay in crowds and loud noises when I'm expecting it and when I'm prepared for it. But going to an event like that, I'd cope, but having things like a mask on my face and the sensory with it touching me and covering me and more the sense of disorientation of not really knowing who's who, and that is more what would trigger me rather than just being in a room full of people. But then when I go to places like London, I get really spooked and I get really nervous because even though, again, I know that there's loud noises and I know that it's a big crowd, I just get a bit jumpy and skittish. Although weirdly, I tend to be worse when I'm with someone because I feel like I can hide behind them, so I allow the fear to get to me more. Whereas like when I was last in London, I was on my own completely and I was fine. I just put my headphones in. If someone got in my way, I just pushed them to one side. And I was just like, you know, squeezing through people. And the only thing I do have a hell of a time on is the London Underground, because even with my headphones in full blast, when those tracks start screaming, I literally have been known to drop into a crouch and just be like, because I cannot deal with it. But I'm just like, it's really weird because if I'm with someone, it would be a lot worse and I struggle a lot more. But when I'm on my own, I kind of just, because I've got to do it, I just blitz through, and then later that night is when I have the massive meltdown. And everyone on the spectrum is different, because it's like people go, oh, they're severely autistic, and I'm like, no, they're not. It just, they're a different type of autism. Their autism, autism isn't just you're either severe or you're mild. It's things like, for me, I'm good at certain tasks and I'm good at certain functions, and then I'm really terrible at certain functions and certain things. Like, for me, I really struggle with sensory processing, whereas I've got a friend who's autistic who has no sensory issues whatsoever. And I'm like, in my brain, I'm like, but that's literally one of the keystones of being autistic. However, when we say like they wouldn't be able to do this, they would just completely freeze and not be able to communicate. And when they are forced to talk to somebody, they literally, if they aren't comfortable and if they don't know that person, they won't speak at all and they become completely mute. And so, whereas for me, I'm very comfortable. Like, I might not want to do it and I might not always enjoy it, but I will talk to anyone. And in any situation, I will be the one to step up and speak. I might afterwards then shut down, but I can still do it. Whereas, like, she shuts down as soon as she knows she's got to speak. She's like, out. So I'm completely with it there. It's like people just don't seem to get it, and they just get this picture in their head of this is what autism is, and if you don't fit in that, then clearly you're not autistic. And it's like, yeah, come live with my brain for a week and see how you feel. Going to a concert next year in February, so I prepare myself. Yeah. I would also say for things like concerts and gigs, I used to always get standing and floor seats because I was, I wanted to be at the barriers and I wanted to this. And I could never understand why after the concert I would just shut down for like a week and end up really ill. And then I realized after I went to Fall Out Boy, I got seated and I was like, I just felt so much calmer and so much better when I did that, because it was like, oh, I can actually have space around me. I don't have all the same issues that I would have done if I wanted to go to the toilet. I knew that my spot was guaranteed when I came back, and I just felt so much better. It was still difficult with all the noise and the stress, and at the end of the concert with everyone trying to squeeze out, that kind of annoyed me and got to me, because me and my friend got separated and I instantly went into a panic. Mostly because she had no idea where I was. And it was like, to me, I was like, let's go meet at a set place. But again, I've learned now when I'm with someone and we go to something like that, I'm just like, right, if we get separated, that's where we're going to meet at this time. So that's helped a lot with the anxiety as well. I think that's it. A lot of it for me is the anxieties as well as the sensory. It's like, yeah, exactly. It's like with ADHD. When I told my sister that I had ADHD, her immediate reaction was, I don't think you do. I think you should get a second opinion. And I was like, that was the second opinion, when the first opinion was assessing me for bipolar and said, you don't have bipolar, I think you've got ADHD. So I was like, that was the second opinion. So 2 professionals have both said that I have it. And then the BBC kind of screwed things up for us about a month ago. They released a documentary all about it that I've since had a few arguments with a couple of family members where they've been like, see, told you don't have it, and that the clinic just, diagnosed you because you were paying them to. And it's like, no. But it's like people don't realize that it's not something that can be cured. There are, with both ADHD and autism, and I can't speak on behalf of any other neurological problems, but when I've been doing research, I found out that certainly because when I was diagnosed with ADHD, I did a hell of a lot of research into it. And it actually turns out that there is a genuine malformation in the brain. And in a lot of people with ADHD, there's a part of the brain that's actually missing. And I'm like, how can you cure that? You can't just like stick a bit of brain into my brain and go, there you go, you're fixed. Yeah, I could rant about this for hours and I'm not going to. So moving on. Yeah, every autistic person deals, and they said artistic then, like that too, but autistic person deals with stuff differently. Yeah, it's true rainbow. There's functioning end and non-functioning end. But even then, they're trying to move away from that kind of language, because like high functioning and low functioning is like, but I can see why the professionals and why people with autism want to move away from that kind of language. But at the same time, I'm like, I can see why people use that language. But yeah, there is just such a massive spectrum. There's like 8 or 9 different categories. Like instead of it being a linear, it should be like one of those web diagrams, you know, where it says like when you're good at innovation, creativity and all of that, and it gives you like the bars. That's more what autism looks like. Same. I've been at my job for 3 weeks now, and I still, every night before my shift, I go into a spiral of anxiety that causes my Crohn's to flare up. It stops me from sleeping. I wake up 3 or 4 times in the night panicking that I've missed my alarm. Yeah. And I'll be there for 6 months and I will still have the same problems. Yeah, I hate those kind of questions. It kind of feels like they're trying to trick you almost. And with the autism assessment, the woman was like, oh, so if I say to you that we're going to a museum, how would you feel? And it's like, well, I need the context. Because if you tell me that we're going to like a museum of books, so a library, obviously I'm going to be in heaven and I'll be running there. But if you tell me that we're going to a museum of wine, I'm not going to be interested at all. I'm not going to want to go. And if you force me to go, I will just be a stroppy, moody bitch for the whole trip. But it's not because I'm being a bratty, moody child. It's because I don't want to do it. I'm being forced to do it. And I can't process that. And sometimes I just come across as like a really tantrumy person. And I hate it because it's like, well, I'm being forced into a situation that I'm not comfortable with, but I can't communicate that I'm not comfortable without coming across as being really self-centered and not wanting to join in. So therefore, I'll make myself do the thing because it pleases other people, but I can't then control my mood. It's like, but we had this discussion on, whose channel was it? Meredith? There was someone sprints the other day and we actually had this conversation about, and a few of us were saying that things like we can hear electrical currents that most people can't hear. So things like Jonah was saying about when he plugs his phone in to charge and he can hear the charging happening, whereas someone sat right next to the cable might be like, I can't hear it. And I'm the same. I pick up on weird and wonderful noises that I'm like, surely someone else can hear this. And it's like, no. It drives me crazy. I'm the same. I'm the person who likes to be like, for work, I get up at 6. My shift starts at 9. I leave my house at 7:15 to get to work for 9 o'clock. And the other day, my bus ran a bit late, and it was, normally I get in for 8:30, so I have enough time to go up to the staff room. I have my breakfast. Like, we're allowed, there's like a food station that they put out for us. It's just got some porridge oats and things like that. So I normally go in there, grab myself some oats, have a bit of porridge for breakfast, go down, start work. And I like to start sort of 10-15 minutes early so I can finish a bit early so I can get to the bus. And the bus was like 20 minutes late, and I was like, full on. By the time I got in, even though I was still 10 minutes early for my shift, I was stressing, and my manager was like, you're not even on the clock yet, so why are you panicking? And I was like, you don't get it. You don't understand. Just Yep. Different outlets, definitely. I totally with you there. Light bulbs, especially when you know it's going to go and it starts getting a really high pitched squeak and you're like, so I usually end up changing my light bulbs before they blow. Ooh, that can't be fun. I'm very grateful that I keep the fan on at night because, like I said, that covers the sound of it. Oh, I have never experienced those, but I would be interested to see if I heard them. Yeah, I used to sleep to like a movie for a long time, Tarzan, when I was at uni for about 6 months. Every single night, I used to put Tarzan on the Disney version, and by the time like the first song, it got to the point by the time the first song was on, I was dead to the world. But now I really, really struggle to listen to, because if there's any change in tempo, any change in the beat, I will wake up. So that's why during the day, it's fine. I will just nap to, and I can fall asleep to anything. It's fine. And I just crash on the sofa. But at night, I just have my fan on, and that drowns out all the other noises. Most importantly, my uncle snoring. Because we have paper thin walls. He snores like an absolute whale. And he now also has a CPAP machine. So thank God for my fan, because that just blocks out all of those noises. Yeah. When they're like, oh, no human can hear this, I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't hear it clearly, but I hear it enough that it's annoying when someone's sat there using it. Right, okay, let's try and get 2 more 45 sprints in before the end. And he said the end of shift, like I'm at work. I mean, this would be the most fun job I'd ever had if that was the case. So we're going to do a 45. And again, if you are just joining us and haven't yet told us what you're reading, then let us know. And if you swap books or anything like that, again, just let us know. Wish me luck for getting. I'm going to try and finish In the Lives of Puppets. So wish me luck, and I'll see you guys on the other side in 45. Hi. I am shattered now. Literally like 40 seconds to go. I was like, 2 minutes to go get a drink. And then as I sat back down, or came over to sit back down, the door knocked. Thankfully, it was just my neighbour asking if we'd had any post accidentally delivered to him, to which the answer was no, not this time. So, how did everyone get on? I finished a book! I finally got my first book of June finished, and I am bitterly disappointed. This was, well, I'll show you the actual book. So, In the Lives of Puppets, TJ Klune. This was the second or third most anticipated book of the year for me. And don't know why that just did that. But yeah, this was like my third most anticipated book of the year, and I haven't run it through Core Pile yet, but I've got a feeling it's only going to be a 3 or 3.5. I kind of explained earlier, but for those of you that weren't around earlier, I was saying that considering the main character in this is asexual, even though he himself didn't really talk sexually, everyone around him was just constantly talking about sex or making lewd, erotic jokes or innuendos, and one or two every now and again, not a problem, but the book was absolutely stuffed full with them. And one character in particular, every single time that this character spoke, it was something to do with sex. And I was like, I can imagine quite a few people will be drawn to this book because of the asexual rep, and probably will then be extremely put off and disappointed by the amount of sexual references in this book. Like, there were a couple that were really funny. Like, at the very start, they were having a conversation about genitals, and like the little robot Rambo, who hands down the best character in the book. He was like, I don't have a penis. And then he like pulls out the little hose that he uses to like get rid of oil. And he's like, oh yeah, I do. And like, that was quite funny. But yeah, I probably am going to get the bots arriving now because I've just said that word. So yeah, I kind of am a bit disappointed. And as I said earlier, I'm starting to notice that TJ Klune writes a lot of like sexual themed stuff in his books, whether it be sort of innuendo type jokes or a horny teenage boy who's obsessed with sex. It just seems to be a thing that is creeping in a lot more. And yeah, and like I said as well earlier, even at the end, I was like, well, what even has the point of this book been? I just felt the whole, I don't know. I felt the ending was very lackluster, and like I said, the plot didn't make sense. And I don't want to say entirely what I want to say because it is a bit spoilery, but there was something to do with the humans in particular, and I don't really see what the whole point of that story was. So yeah, just not as into it as I was really hoping to be. And it's a shame because the first 2 chapters I loved, and I thought this was going to be top book of the year, like up there with the best books in the year. But then by sort of chapter 5 or 6, I realized that, oh, the sex jokes aren't, and the innuendos and the perversions aren't just limited to every now and again, they are constant. And I was just like, oh, this is a bit off-putting. And it's like, I can joke around with the best of them and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Just not my favourite. But at least that is my first book of the year done. Not year, book of the year, book of the month. First book finished. I will still do one final sprint, like I said, mostly because I said that I would. But I am possibly not going to read in that sprint. I might just continue doing some journaling stuff. We shall see. Anyway, let's see how everyone else got on. I feel like I went on a bit too long of a rant there, but you know, it's always disappointing when you've got an author that you think is an automatic 5-star love, and then they release a book that you're really disappointed in. And yes, thank you for being patient and for me for accepting that not that you really had a choice, but like, I did extend the timer by 5 minutes because I was on 96 or 97% and I was like, right, I've got about 15 minutes of reading and only 10 minutes on the clock. So I finished it with 2 minutes to go. 40 pages, and I'm happy to report that the POV during the masquerade was overstimulated by the mass noise. So basically all the things that I was saying I would dread about a masquerade, they always seem beautiful and they visually look gorgeous. But yeah, they had the same sensory issues as me. Thank you. At least it's done. Also means that's one more NetGalley book off my NetGalley shelf. So my percentage might go up to about 53% now. Got into chapter 4 of ACOTAR, starting to get interesting and action scene. Awesome. Glad you're enjoying it so far. Mute so you can finish it. Or just wait and do it in the next sprint. But that's so close. Well done. Haven't read it yet, so see how I feel, but sometimes it does feel like aloes do make everything about sex. Yeah. I don't know. It just kind of, I don't know. It disappointed me a little bit. Obviously, I was attracted to it because it was TJ Klune. And then when I heard someone say that Victor, the main character, the human, he is asexual, and I was like, yes, ace rep. So I don't know. I just feel like it was just too much. And like I said, the plot just seemed to not really be anything. And it's like, it's fine when you haven't got a plot, when there's actually a point, and I just felt like there was no actual purpose for this book. I don't know. My brain's just not. Yeah. So Brittany's reading Peace and Turmoil by Elliot Brooks. Awesome. Glad you're enjoying it, and it seems like you're doing good. And you've just influenced someone to add it to their TBR. Yeah, it seems to just be one of those things. This year, when I've read books that I've chosen for TBRs, I seem to be really struggling with them. Whereas in May, I just mood read for the whole month, and I had a fantastic month, and most of my books were 4.5 and 4 stars. And I had a 5-star read in there. So it's like, maybe I should that's why with my my heroic TBR, the TBR game that I do that's based off My Hero Academia, I've made some adjustments to the board and to the game. So instead of doing 6 rolls a month, I'm now only going to do either 4 or 5. So that way the other sort of like 3 or 4 books that I typically read in a month will be mood reads, and it's a bit more 50-50 to allow me mood reads. Because I love building the TBR and I love playing the game, and I don't want to waste that effort that I put into making the game. But at the same time, I'm starting to realize that I am more of a mood reader nowadays, and it's almost like demand avoidance and defiance when I have to read a book. I'm like, if I do read though, well, I've got Bloodmarked by Tracy Dion that I want to continue. But I've got, when I can reach it. So I've got 3 that I can choose from to start tonight. Although one, if I start, I'll finish. So we've got God of Neverland by Gamma Ray Martinez, which will be my pirate starting quest. We have A Dark Shade of Magic by V. Schwab, which will be my reread. And this one is for the travel. It's for one of the pirate prompts. And then I have the first prompt in the Sovereign route, where I'm going for being a pirate king. And that's Nimona, because there is a teeny tiny, can't even really see it on the screen, there is a teeny tiny crown just here, which fits crown on the cover. And it's a graphic novel, so it might be a bit quick and easy. So I'm torn between these 3. Woo. What? just gonna try and escape and run. Who cares? So yeah, actually I'm reading a book about pirates right now. So because I'm reading Daughter of the Siren Queen, I'm listening to that on audio. So I won't start a pirate book until that's finished. So reread of one of my all-time favorite series or graphic novel. What do you guys think? Like one of my all-time favorite books or a graphic novel that's just quick and easy and something I can just bang out in one evening? I'll let you guys decide for me. Both of these are rereads, by the way. I have read Nimona. I gave it, I think, 3 or 4 stars, but there's a cartoon coming out this year of it. They're going to release it as a TV show. So I was like, I want to reread it before that because maybe I'll enjoy it a second time. And then obviously Dark Shades of Magic is just one of my all-time favorite books. And like I said, this book is what inspired me to start my candle business that I desperately need to stop abandoning because it's been on hiatus now for about 3 months longer than I intended. So we've got vote for Nimona. Okay. 3 votes for Nimona. So I will go with Nimona for the next sprint. I won't get it finished in that sprint, but I'll at least start it. And then when I go to bed, I'll finish this and then probably listen to about half an hour of Dora the Siren Queen. That I think I've got about 2 hours left on that audiobook. Do you watch Elliot Brooks? Been a subscriber. She's a good writer too. Oh, I'm not someone that I know of, but I will have a look. Oh, yes, I do know her. I used to follow her a little while back, but I didn't know she'd released a book. Ooh. That is true. 2 books in one day would feel good. The cat finally came in from the rain. She went into the greenhouse, slept in there for a bit, and then when the rain started getting a bit heavier, she was like, oh, okay, and came in. And she's now asleep at the back door. So technically she's still getting rained on, but at least she's not directly getting rained on now, but she's still a tit. Okay, so oh, see, you wanted too much. Hail just started and the road is flooded. I just wanted it to get cooler. Yeah. Well, at least it's cooler now because for us it's now 23 degrees and it was nearly 30 earlier. So this is much more pleasant. I don't even need the fan on now, which is good. Ooh, I thought for a minute you meant Nimona, and then I was like, yeah, I know. And then it was like, wait, no, you meant you meant Elliot. That's really cool. I'll have to look. Yeah, exactly. You wished for it, you got it. No complaining, no take backsies. Yeah, that was the problem that we have because most of my town is built on floodplains. And when it, like the rain from yesterday, I am shocked that there wasn't more flooding. Like we're lucky because our estate is on the upper end of the town. So we're on the hill. I say hill, it's just like we're slightly more elevated, whereas like my brother's estate is right down on the floodplain. And when that floods, the houses are just gone. And it's like, yeah, well done, humanity, for building on a bloody floodplain. Right. Do we want to do a final 45? Do we want to finish on a longer sprint and do an hour? Or do you want to do a slightly shorter sprint? I am more than happy to do whatever you want. But if you guys wanted to have a longer sprint so you can, like, obviously I can get more of Nimona done, or you guys can finish up what you're doing, stick with the 45 that we've been doing, or do a 30-minute, just sort of shorter, quicker, finished stuff off. So I've got 1 response for any and 1 for an hour. So if anyone else has got any opinions, then hour. Cool. And then that will take us to sort of 9 o'clock, which actually is my bedtime. Like normally I would be in bed by that point. it's so weird because I've gone from being an insomniac that doesn't even go to bed till 5, 6 in the morning to now, if I'm not in bed by sort of 9, 10 o'clock at usually I go to bed about 8, half 8. And if I'm not in bed by 9, my brain's like, what are you doing? But I've got 4 more days off work, so I don't care if I have a late night tonight. We live at the bottom of the hill, but we haven't flooded in years. The ring, yeah. And the problem with it being summer, where we've had hot weather for a couple of weeks now, or warm weather and dry, is the rain doesn't sink into the ground. It just rolls off, so it just builds up even faster. So I hope it's not going to be too bad, though, and I hope it doesn't flood too much. But cool, we've had 2 votes for an hour, so I'll do it for an hour. And then this will be our final sprint. So let me just pop I nearly just clicked end broadcast. That's not good. So cool. So don't worry, I'm still doing good. Like, even if I stopped now, I would still probably be at my desk for about another hour because I still want to finish some bits off. So I know it will still be me down here. At least now I've got company while I'm finishing up. So yeah, one more sprint. Psych, bye. Because I would have just been sat there going, oh, whoops. Hey, nice. So I don't know if you caught all of that, but I was saying that we're going to do an hour for the final sprint, just so, we can finish everything up and finish about 9 o'clock. The other black girl, is that the one where it's the 2 black girls working in an office, and then the one that was there first starts thinking that the new girl is trying to supplant her? I think that might be that one, because I'm sure I got that on NetGalley and then I've never gotten around to actually reading it. But if that rings a bell, let me know. Yeah, I knew what you meant. But yeah, what did you rate your book as well? Did you enjoy it? Was it good? I'm going to start the sprint now, and then I'll look at the answers to that in an hour. So happy reading and see you soon. Okay, that was a fun hour, and I thought I was only going to get about halfway through and I finished it. I think because I knew the characters and I knew the story, I was able to just kind of absorb it really, really quickly. I've highlighted a few bits that I want to talk about when I do my wrap up. And I remember the first time I read this, there were a couple of bits where I felt things were really unexplained and it got very confusing. Like, for the most part, it was fantastic, but even on the reread, there were a couple of bits where it made a bit more sense, but I still found the ending was a little bit like, I'm just finding recently, I keep questioning, like, what is the point of the books? Like, I just feel like plots in books just aren't as good at the minute for some reason in what I'm picking up. And like with this, I just feel there's so much that's unexplained. And I get that that's part of what the story is supposed to be. But at the same time, I'm like, could you just explain it for those of us that like to have clarification, please? So yeah, probably still a 4-star though, because of the humor and the characters. And I love the fact that it's a medieval world, but with modern technology. I love that kind of blend. I think it's really cool where they've got computers and laptops and science labs, and yet they wear armor and fight with swords and blaster guns. It's like, what? So yeah, that was just fun to get to. I also put In the Lives of Puppets through Core and that's come out as a 3.5, which is kind of what I expected. Because it scored very low on, can't even remember her name, just did it like an hour ago. If anyone doesn't know, with Core it basically breaks the rating down into 7 categories. So characters, atmosphere, writing, plot, intrigue, logic, and enjoyment. And it scored really low for plot. And I gave it about 5, and I gave it like half marks for writing because I just, like I said, the sexual jokes were just a bit too much. So 3.5 and a 4-star. So thank you guys for motivating me to read this, and thank you for being with me for the entirety of today to help me get at least one book finished. We had a few people pop in. Let's have a look. So that was in response to the other black girl. So yeah, it is the book that I think it was. Jean popped in to say hello and to say that she was sad that she missed the sprints. For anyone interested, as I said earlier, but I'll just reconfirm, I will be back on Wednesday at 10 a.m. BST. So probably middle of the night for Canadian Americans, or sort of very late the night before for you guys. And then for the Aussies, it's going to be sort of their evening. And hopefully I'll be on till sort of, it won't be as late as today because I've got work on Thursday. So I will need to be going to bed at about 8. So I'll probably go on for about 6, 5, 6, depending, but we'll see how the day goes. Hello, welcome back. Sorry that you got back on the last sprint, but yeah, I've definitely reached my limit now. I want to go to bed and chill out, and I feel like I'm a bit socialed out now. Like, it's great chatting to everyone, but I'm like, okay, I kind of just want to go to bed and sleep. The cat joined us for a little bit, and she decided to put her tail on my book, so I literally could not read because she was being a bugger. Hello again, Stephanie. Hope work went okay for you. And this was fantastic. So, you know, I think that's brilliant that the teacher has actually gone, do you know what? Actually, you guys have got a good idea. Although I feel like kind of teachers should be encouraging students to read in the summer anyway. So he kind of should have already been doing that. But the fact that he wasn't doing it and now is, I would say that is a huge win. And apps don't almost feel vindicated, feel extremely vindicated, because that is awesome. So well done, Mama. Or Papa or parent, just Well done. That was fantastic. You definitely accomplished something. Well, you're living up to your name. Eat, sleep, breathe. You slept, you read earlier, and I'm assuming you've eaten at some point during today, so you've done all 3 of your namesakes, so you should be proud of yourself. Got no reading done, been milling with the neighbours about the flood. Oh, was it actually really that bad? Oof. Our house hasn't flooded, but some of my neighbours are not so lucky. Oh, Jesus. Manchester's not normally an area you think of for flooding. Or not that I think of. I think more sort of south and towards Wales way. I hope they're okay, and I hope that they've got somewhere to... Well, I imagine that they can still access their upstairs, but if they can't, I hope they've got somewhere to go for the night. Thank you very much. I'm just glad to have finally completed a couple of books today. Almost to chapter 7. That's awesome. Like, part of me is like, I really want to keep reading, but the other part of me is like, no, my brain is starting to twinge a little bit because it knows that normally we would be settling down. So if I try to force myself to stay up and read, I will just end up with a migraine. So I will be heading up to bed after this, and I'll probably end up still doing my usual, just listening to my audiobook and doing a couple of Sudokus and then crash out. Oh, wow. Yeah, they've kind of got to come out because they need to assess everyone's safety, and their vehicles are the ones that can get through the flooding. So the chances are they were there more for an assessment purpose rather than to actually do rescues and things. But yeah. $59 pages. You've been doing awesome today. Nice. Oh, so I do apologize for the final prompt with Hunter, because originally it was 500 pages, and then I was like, no, you're going after a mythical creature. That's an epic fight, so we're going to up it to 600. And I did that. I messaged Ren to tell them, and they literally came back to me like, you're a bitch. Because they had about 5 or 6 books that they could have picked for the 500, and then for over 500 pages. And then it was like over 600, they had 1 book on their shelf, and that was Priory of the Orange Tree. And they were like, I hate you so much. But they then did find a different book. I think they're doing Akawa, which I think is just over 600. But I was just like, I'm sorry. Yes. I've done a video recently where I broke down like how I rate my books, and I was talking about the things that almost guarantee that I will give a book 5 stars. And for me, plot isn't the most important thing, but I do need to sort of get to the end of the book and go, yeah, that had a solid beginning, middle, and end, and I understood what the author was going for. Like, if they were trying to make a point and they made that point, like I've said with My Hero Academia, if it wasn't for the amazing characters, I probably would have given up on it by now, because the plots are very generic. They're kind of rehashed, and there's not really anything there that would have kept me interested. But I am so invested in the characters and the atmosphere of these books. Oh, I just heard a weird noise, and it's the neighbours doing the hoovering, doing their vacuuming for some reason. But yeah, it's one of those, if it wasn't for the cast of characters, I would not be interested, because the plots aren't that great. But because the characters are so good, I can watch it and I love it. And the plot isn't the important thing. But like I said, within Lives of Puppets, I've said that so many times, like I've said. But within the Lives of Puppets, I just feel that I didn't quite get at the end of the book, A, what the author was trying to go for, and B, why it went in that direction. So yeah, we'll see. You're very welcome. And I haven't been as productive as I would like, but at least I finished 2 books, so I can be happy with that. So, and I did do my daily pages for Dark Rise, so I'm very happy with that one. thank you for being here, because I think you've been here for most of it, so that's impressive for you as well. Well done. Hey, Randy Lynn, sorry. Yeah, literally just about to go because I need to go sleep because it's now 9 o'clock and I am usually already in bed by now. See, there you go. You've got the trifecta. Anytime. This is a autism, neurodivergent, ADHD safe space. Always has been, always will be. And we're a LGBT safe space. We're just a safe space. Unless you're a really horrible person, in which case we have no space for you. But, you know, I haven't yet found anybody on BookTube that's not a very good person in my experience. Like, you get the odd bad egg, but luckily none of them have ever fallen into any of the circles that I'm in. So you're very welcome. You're always welcome to join and be here. Oh, wow. Yeah, fair. Maybe they weren't able to. Hopefully they'll come back. Hopefully. I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the next comment. Yeah. Yeah. If it helps, there will be an option towards the end of the readathon, like in the final week. I'm going to upload like a feedback form. So if anyone has like, and one of the things is going to be, do you feel that any of the prompts were too difficult? Please let me know. So if you fill that in and well, obviously I know you and Ren have both said that. So I'm like, right, next time I will not go for mega. Just like my thinking was, well, you've only got to choose 4 books anyway. And I sort of had a variety of things going across all of them. So like I said, with the Sovereign Path, I tried to choose prompts that are more fitting for contemporary or romance, for people who read contemporary romance. For Mage, I tried to include quite a mix. Holy Warrior, I did some poetry and non-fiction prompts in there for that one. So I was like, well, with Hunter, let's make hunting epic. And so let's go for an epic book. But now I'm like, okay, maybe I should have done like 550 pages instead of 600. I don't know. So yeah. But like I said, there will be a feedback form towards the end of the readathon. So if you would like to officially feed that back to me to like not do a prompt like that again, I won't. I'm still deciding for next round as well, whether I'm going to do another round with different career like pathways and you can just create a different character, or because eventually what I'm going to do is there'll be all of your characters and then each one will have like an adventure that they can go on and you get to choose between like 2 adventures per thing. But I'm not sure if I want to do another round of characters or go into the adventures. So again, I'll be asking people for feedback on that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I will admit when I did the recommendation video and I was like looking on my own shelves, it was either books that were just under 600 or they were at like 700 and 800 pages. And I was like, holy cow. Because I had things like House of Earth and Blood, which is, I think, 810. There was Cress and Cinder from the Lunar Chronicles, the last 2 books. They're both over 800 pages each. And I was like, whoops. So yeah, I will not do that again to you all. I'm sorry. Fourth Wing, I didn't realize it was that chunky. It looked like it was only about 400 or 500 pages. Wow. I didn't realize. It's one of those, I've got massive FOMO for that book and I desperately want it. But at the same time, I don't like dragons and I'm not a fan of dragon books. So I don't want to read it, but everyone's so hyped about it. I'm like, FOMO. But I had that with a few other books, like with Akatar, I gave in and I got the audiobook, but I've never gone near it. And now the hype, there is a lot of hype still, but there's not the hype that there was 2-3 years ago when it was absolutely like twice as hyped as it is now. And I feel like now I've heard enough about it that I know I'm not interested, and so I've just got rid of that audiobook now. And there's been a few books where I've bought just because it's so hyped, and then I've ended up just not reading it or not liking it, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I did an unhaul a couple of months ago where I just kind of basically went through all of my shelves, and I was like, realistically, am I going to read this? No. Did I pick it up because I wanted to, or because it was a hyped book, etc., etc.? And yeah, that's kind of helped, similar to what Wren's done with their latest series of curating their shelves. I kind of did that, but not calling it curating. But I'm going to do it again in a few months and see how I get on. Understand and respect your choice. It's very cool, but unfortunately, my too much gene awakens during readathon, so I'm doing too much. Yeah, I have that problem. I always do that. But no, it is something that, you know, 2 people have mentioned that was kind of almost a bit too epic. So I'm like, okay, I'll scale it back next time. Yeah, that's fair. I know. I've tried, and I've realized I'm just not really big on I love fantasy, but I prefer magic systems and almost like not super heavy on the political, but I definitely prefer like retellings. I prefer lore-based and magic system-based over mythology-based and like mythical creatures. And I've just found things, unless it's urban fantasy and it's kind of, you know, modern world setting and shifters and things like that, I'm fine with those. But for some reason, fantasy settings where they've got lots of magical creatures just really isn't my thing. And I've never loved a dragon book. But there's like certain settings as well, like desert settings I've really struggled with, like sort of Persian, Arabic settings. I've read multiple books with those kind of inspirations and those sort of settings, and they've just never really grasped me in the same way as things like a Latin-based society and story has, and magic system. So I think it is just one of those things for some reason, dragons. And my ex was massive into dragons as well, so I think that's kind of slightly tainted it as well, because it's like when I read about dragons I start thinking of him, and even though for the most part I'm okay, every now and again it still comes back and I'm like, no. Both. Yes, that's what I've heard a few people say, that maybe it's being hyped a little bit too much, but it's a very easy going, nice read. Yeah, see, fairies again, it was only last year with... No, not last year. Year before last with These Hollow Vows by Lexi Ryan. That was about the first time that I read a Fae book that I was like, oh yeah, this is really good. Because it's rare, like movies and stuff do them fantastically, but for some reason, again, it's one of those, I struggle to find a Fae book that I actually really love, because the Fae always end up acting more human, and I'm like, but the Fae don't do that. So I think that's why, because I think a lot of authors tend to over-humanize the Fae, and it's like, oh, they're dark and evil, but only for like a few chapters, and then the human comes along and they're suddenly humanized. And I'm like, no, I like the ones where they're still dark, and like, you know, the Labyrinth, where even at the end he's still dark, he's still scary, and he's still the Goblin King and a Fae that's the Lord. So it's like, yeah, just I prefer those. Wouldn't like Fourth Wing, but I love and support main characters being disabled chronic pain. Yeah, that's exactly my thing. I will read a book even if I'm not sure I'm going to like it, because I really want to get onto the rep. I've got a book from my library that I got like a month ago right here, and it's One for All by Lily Lainoff, and this is her. She has like POTS and chronic fatigue and chronic pain, and I'm like, what? A fantasy book that deals with these kind of things. So I'm really excited for this one, but this is one that if I get to the end of the month and I have spare time, I will get to. A bit scared that it won't live up to the hype and I'll be disappointed. I end up holding off on so many books that I am hyped for because I'm worried. And then I'd say it's about 50-50 when I actually get to them. So it's like 50% of the time I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I held off because no, that's not worth the hype. And then 50% of the time I'm like, God damn it, why didn't I get to it earlier so that I could have been on the hype train? It's really hard. Mm-hmm. I don't really know. I mean, I tend to be more into like spirits and like devils and demons, that kind of, not that I like them, but I just find their lore more fascinating. But in terms of books that I've read, Kitsune, I really like sort of the Japanese and Asian type, like the nine-tailed fox demons, again, demons. Yeah, I think Kitsune. So fox demons, I think they're my favourite mythical creatures. Like dragons are cool, and like in Genshin Impact, there's one of the storylines where you deal with Rex Lapis, who is the like enormous dragon, and he is gorgeous. But I'm just like, in general, I just find that they tend to be a bit, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll find one that I really love, but I just tend to be more about unique magic systems, like yeah, you know, Dark Shades of Magic with the transporting between worlds, and Spellslinger where the magic is related to the elements and things like that. I'm just more into that kind of thing. POTS, yeah. Ah, so you've read it. Is it actually good then? Because I'm kind of worried that I've heard good things, but I'm also, again, it's that hype. I'm scared of the hype. But POTS is something that the doctor thinks that I also have, like to go with everything else, because, you know, I get really bad dizzy spells and my heart just starts pounding for no reason some days. And I know that when it does that, if it's like, if I move, I'm going to fall over and just not be able to do anything. And we can't always control everything. So that's something that I'm going to be under investigation for soon. So I've obviously been doing research on it. Yes, it seems like a lot of us. Again, maybe I should do a group read because we've got this Sorcerer of Thorns. Ah, I thought it was fantasy. Ah. I'm still interested though. And mythical creature. I know they're not mythical creatures, but assassins. I love assassins, even though they're not mythical creatures. But yeah. Yes, ghosts count. So yeah, mythical, I'd say ghosts. Because I'm just thinking, I'm like, unicorns, no. Dragons, no. Phoenixes, no. But yeah, definitely kitsune. Ah. It's always kind of a mixture of amazing and heartbreaking when you find a book that you're just like, you know, I wish this had been around when I was a teenager. I had that with Heartstopper when I'd finished reading them, and I didn't really think much about it at that time when I was reading them. But when the show came out last year, I sat there at one point in tears because I was like, I wish this sort of thing had been around when I was a teenager, because I would have had so many more answers for my own like sexuality and my own preferences, like when I was 16 instead of being 28 kind of thing. But you know, I got there in the end. Ah. So it's almost kind of like a an alternate world historical setting kind of thing. Either way, it sounds interesting, and it is definitely one that I will not be starting right now because I'm going to bed. Anyway, thank you all so much for being here and hearing me rant and ramble for far too long. But it's always nice to have people to chat to, and most of you have been here for pretty much the whole day, so that's been wonderful. And I really hope that you've enjoyed the sprints, gotten lots done, and enjoyed being here and hanging out. I am really starting to struggle to think of words to say now because I'm getting tired and my brain wants to shut down. So I'm just going to say lots and love to everybody. I hope for those of you that have got storms and flooding, I hope it's going to be okay for you, and I'll be thinking of you. Because obviously thunderstorms are great, but the flooding side, not so great. So I really hope that all goes well. And then for those of you that still got more hours in your day, I really hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. And those of you that are also going to bed soon, have a good night. As I said, I'll be back on Wednesday, 10 a.m. BST. So figure out for yourselves what that converts into. Don't forget, I've linked the Discord for Adventurerathon as well in the comment, in the description. So if you haven't yet joined, feel free to hop on over. And I will see you guys. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye.